You ready? Very good. Vicki? Yes, she is. Carl is not coming. Carl is not coming. You ready, man? Get her up. Get Saul up. Test, test, test. Get it up. Test.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. If you will please find a seat, we'll start this meeting for the Board of Supervisors for April the 4th tonight. I welcome you guys. It's great to have this many in the house. This is good. This is how government works. And it's pleasing to look out into a sea of faces and see the folks who have an interest in what is being done and the work of our county. So at this time, we've officially called the meeting to order, and I will ask for an invocation if you will please rise.
Let us pray. Father God, Lord in heaven, we love you, we thank you, and we praise you today, Father. Father, we thank you for this opportunity to come out. We thank you for the opportunity to be a part of our government decisions, Father. Father, we ask you to keep us safe, forgive us for where we fail you, and take us home safely. For it's in your name I pray. Amen.
Now at this time, it's a little bit different tonight, so hang on. We're going to have a pledge. But what we're going to do is we're going to be hosted by a troop of scouts. And it is my absolute pleasure to introduce to you tonight the Breaks District Boy Scouts from Castlewood, Lebanon, and Honaker. Are you ready? Lead us off. They are. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Andrea, and I'm the Senior Patrol Leader for Troop 408, and we are representing the Breaks District. And we are absolutely excited to be here today, and we are going to be representing the district, as I said. But we're excited to be here.
Thank you. I think I stole your thunder, and I'm sorry. Anyway, at this time, I'm going to ask for an approval of the agenda that's in front of you tonight.
I'll say.
Wait a minute. We're
We
having
have
a
track. We need to add 1.7
Yes, ma'am.
under review.
Yes, ma'am.
Request for contact file and that yellow one.
Yes, ma'am.
So with that, I'll just take that.
Yes, but that is presented in our current agenda that everyone has here tonight, right?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. So at this time, we will be having presentations. And our first presentation is going to be from Ms. Donna Sproles, who represents the Russell County Fair Association. Ms. Sproles?
Is this on?
Yeah, you are.
Thank you. So, yes, I'm Donna Sproles, and I am currently here tonight to represent the Russell County Fair Association. The Russell County Fair, just this very night, signed another 10-year lease from the county to conduct business at the Russell County Fairgrounds there in Castlewood. So, if you will, I have the payment for that lease. So we made this $1 for 10 years. So that's why you didn't get yours. Got it now? All right. So yeah, we're here tonight to acknowledge and thank the Russell County Board for their support and encouragement of the fair. And also to invite you to our celebration coming up in September of the 75th year of the Russell County Fair and Horse Show. So if you go back to the time frame that the fair started and you kind of do the math, you'll see that it's not exactly 75 years, but there were just maybe 3 years during that time frame that the fair was not able to be conducted. And of course, last year was 2021 was one of those. 2020 was one of those years. So we're extremely appreciative of all the support that the board in this county has given us. So the Russell County Fair Association is a 501c nonprofit organization that is the leaseholder of the property in Castlewood where the annual county fair takes place. The Russell County Fair Association consists of 20 plus board members, but there's over 100 plus volunteers that work diligently year round to assure you of a very fun and educational several days in the fall of every year. This massive group of dedicated persons present to the community and the surrounding area every year a high quality and entertaining experience for all ages. While we're busy right now working on the 2022 fair schedule, I can't give you a whole lot of details, but I will tell you, like I said, that we're celebrating 75 years. And so our theme for this year is going to be 75 years of traditions. And you'll see lots and lots of things past and hopefully future to be presented at the fair when we're all geared up to go September 5th through the 10th. So mark your calendars. And come on out and join all of those 25,000 plus people who attend our fair every year. We promise you won't be sorry. 75 years of tradition. And so, like I said, I can't give you a lot of details because contracts aren't signed and those kind of things for entertainers or specific events, but there's going to be a lot happening and you won't want to miss it. But in the meantime, and on another note, the Russell County Fair is working diligently right now on preparing for activities all throughout the year. And some of those things that are happening, let's see. So with the renovation of the 8,000 square foot community or conference center that we have right there on the fairgrounds, the renovation's almost complete, not hardly. Summer's coming on, and although we don't have the heat installed, we kind of still were able to have events there this couple events this winter without the heat. But we recently got the air circulation system. It's not necessarily a air conditioning system, but it's a really neat, and we're excited about being able to offer events throughout the summer, specifically in the commercial building. So you'll have to come and see that. One of the things that's happening, day 2 of the soil and water conservation program's Envirothon is happening just in the next couple of days, April the 8th. But on April 30th, we're excited to host once more the Castlewood High School's senior prom. May the 5th through the 7th is a spring market fair. It's a craft show, so you don't want to miss that. Come on down. And then May 21st, we're currently planning for what we're calling an outdoor expo. Lots of vendors and events going on during that time and we think that this will draw a big crowd for May the 21st. And for all you kids and the Cub Scouts or Boy Scouts, we're having the circus back this year, June the 2nd through the 3rd. July 16th, around in July, we're planning on a ATV/Jeep show. And then on August 6th, we're having a music fest. There's weddings planned. There's a couple of weddings, actually, and some being made every day. It's a wonderful facility for weddings. We've had, I think, 3 there already, so I think everybody loves the new renovations to the building. You have to come and see. In September, of course, 5th through the 10th is the fair. And then also in September, we're once again hosting the Vet Fest. October 8th, we're looking and planning on possibly a Oktoberfest Brew Fest. There's another craft show in the fall on October 13th through the 16th. So those are some of the things that are going to happen. And you know, we're super excited. The members of the Russell County Fair Association, like I said earlier, are so dedicated and committed. Some of those people have been there 75 years. Where's Dave Leonard? You heard me say that.
Sorry, Dave Leonard.
There's kind of a joke in the Fair Association that once you join the Fair Association, you're there for life. So that's how dedicated folks are. And we're super excited to offer to the community these events, and we're super appreciative of the Russell County Supervisors and Mr. Lester for allowing us to one more time sign an agreement for another 10 years for the control of the Russell County Fairgrounds. So, thank you. And if there's extra money out there, you know, we can always use extra money from the county budget.
Atta girl.
Thank you.
Okay, next on our agenda is Patrick Brunty with the Russell County Social Services Department.
Good evening. Very thankful to have the opportunity to come in here and speak to you all tonight. As Ms. Wallace said, my name is Patrick Brunty. I am the Director of the Department of Social Services here in Russell County. I've been in this position since August 1st of 2014. The board that oversees the department, the DSS board, which you all appointed to oversee the department, supported and authorized me to come and speak with you this evening. There are 2 separate subjects that I'd like to talk about tonight. First, I'd like to speak with you about who we are and what we do. In the nearly 8 years that I've been in this position, I've tried to fly under the radar, so to speak. Something about, you know, the nail that sticks up gets hammered. So recently I've come to realize that this approach has not been very beneficial to the agency and to our staff because our local government and our community doesn't understand what we do and what we offer. We've heard the negative comments. We're a waste of tax dollars. We're baby snatchers. We're lazy and would rather help addicts instead of honest, hard-working people. And the truth of the matter is our staff is very dedicated and works tirelessly to provide as much help as they can to as many people as they can. They stay late to process a SNAP application so a family can go to the grocery store. They leave their families in the middle of the night to respond to reports that someone needs help. They sit in our office with terrified and devastated children that have been removed because their homes aren't safe. They drive children across the state just so they can get the help that they need. They investigate allegations that someone's lying to us to get benefits for which they're not entitled. They work very hard. Our department provides direct support and services to the citizens of Russell County that are in need. Our benefit programs unit provides financial, nutritional, medical, and child care services for residents who request the assistance and meet the eligibility criteria that's set forth by state and federal program policy. You may be familiar with some of these programs. Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, which is SNAP, which used to be called food stamps. Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, which is TANF. And I'll warn you now, DSS, we speak in acronyms. So if I say something that you don't understand, please stop me. It's just a habit that we're in. But TANF is a money payment. That's your welfare check. Medicaid, that's self-explanatory. Energy assistance, child care. Our services unit consists of adult protective services and adult services, child protective services, and foster care. And then our support staff handles administrative functions of our office, everywhere from greeting our clients when they come in the door to paying our bills. Now, I provided a report to each of you. It's right there on the screen. That it's called the Local Department of Social Services Profile Report, and it's for the fiscal year of 2021. This report contains a massive amount of data and information that I feel is helpful in helping people understand what our staff handles. I won't go through the whole thing because I feel like I'm reading you a PowerPoint, but there are a few measures that I thought that you all would find helpful. One is approximate percentage of population of Russell County living in poverty decreased 3.8% in the from fiscal year 2020 to fiscal year 2021. I believe it went from 20% to 16.1% or 16.2%. It's estimated that 10% of the residents of Russell County under the age of 65 are uninsured. Approximately 42% of the residents of Russell County received SNAP, TANF, or Medicaid at some point in time in 2021. The department received abuse and neglect complaints involving a total of 705 children and 155 adults in the fiscal year of 2021. And then the big thing that I'd like to point out is the total amount of funding spent on social services in the fiscal year 2021 in Russell County is $92,511,627. The county provided $952,691 of those dollars. So roughly 1%, $92 million. You take that kind of funding out of the equation, doctors' offices aren't here, hospital certainly is not here. Walmart probably wouldn't be here. So even though we're funded by tax dollars, those tax dollars stimulate this economy. So that's all I've got as far as who we are and what we do. Do you all have any questions you'd like to ask about that aspect of it? Okay. So the second part of what I wanted to speak to you about is I'd like to make a request. The biggest obstacle that we have faced since I came on board, and probably predated me as well, is recruitment and retention of qualified employees. Ms. Dye's been a part of the DSS board, predates me. She was on the board that hired me, and she can attest to this. I speak about the number of vacancies at each board meeting each month and the stress it puts on our staff. A perfect example of the issues that we face is we posted a vacancy for a family service specialist, which is a social worker, a CPS worker, or a foster care worker, or APS worker, in May of 2021. While we had multiple vacancies, we only had one applicant that we felt comfortable with hiring. We made the offer. She accepted. The date, we had a start date. She had the new hire packet. Her start date came. She didn't show up. I reached out to her. Never would respond to me. Just never showed up. It just took a little bit of investigation to find out that she had accepted another position with another agency within Russell County. But just didn't, to this day, still never heard a word from her saying, hey, I'm sorry I didn't show up or anything. So what that did was basically I had to repost this position, and that was in August of 2021. We just hired two individuals. One started March 1st, one started March 16th. That was 6 months just to fill two positions. We still have 4 service vacancies. Our recruitment and retention problems also have some unintended consequences because we're projecting a surplus in our staff and operations budget of approximately $300,000. While replenishing office supplies and replacing equipment and furniture will decrease the surplus some, we won't be able to spend that money. The only way that I was able to identify that we could spend this money is to provide a one-time payment to our staff, a bonus, if you will. And that would allow us to spend the money on our staff here in Russell County instead of sending it back to Richmond and have them disperse it to Alexandria, Fairfax. Now, these funds have already been allocated by the state and by the county. This is our budget, so there's no additional cost to it to be added to this. So we're not asking for additional funding. However, the Code of Virginia does require that in order for us to do it, that the local governing body, let me find it, authorizes ordinance allowing us to do this. It's section 15.2-508. Furthermore, it's allowable. The state has spoken to directors across the Commonwealth for the past couple of years about this being available to us. But not many people are willing to go in front of their governing body and ask for it. But Virginia Department of Social Services finance policy specifically states that a locality may provide a monetary bonus as long as it's authorized by local ordinance. And not only that, it is reimbursable. So the county would only have to pay 15.5% of that expense, which in our case would be I think it was 15,000 maybe, something along those lines. Not that much in our budget. So now I understand that some of the information that I've sent you all may have inadvertently led us down a rabbit hole that I didn't mean for us to go down, because I shared a spreadsheet with the associated cost. And I only meant that spreadsheet to be informational and, for the sake of being transparent. I did not mean to infer that I'm requesting you all to approve any type of funding, because again, that funding's already in our budget. We don't require you all to make any type of decision. It will come out of the same pot as our salaries or anything along those lines. I'm just requesting that the board approves the action. And like I said earlier, if we don't spend these funds by the end of our budget year, which is May 31st, our budget year is different than the counties and the states. This money is going to be sent back, and it's going to be given away to somebody else. Potentially, this will have negative effects on our future allotment from the state. And we rely heavily on the state for our funding for staff and operations. As of right now, we're spending about 87% of our staff and operations expenses. 86% is just payroll. So that tells you something. A good amount would be about 75%, but we don't have the local funds to pull down on to do that. So we have to rely on the state funds. And honestly, that is about it. Again, I appreciate you all giving me the opportunity to speak. I'll be happy to answer any questions you all may have.
Thank you, Mr. Brunty. Anyone have any direct questions? Mr. Breeding, he's going first.
All right.
Well, I guess first I need to say that I appreciate all the social services. I think you guys do a job that I know I couldn't do. I've got enough problems of my own without having to try to solve half of Russell County's problems. So you have my admiration there. Not on. Can you hear me better now? Yeah. Well, I read through all your documents, and I saw where apparently Smith County had done this, right?
Uh-huh.
And they got approved.
Right.
But it was for a fairly small amount.
Right.
I think it was like $6,000.
Right.
Now, if I read your documents right, you're proposing a bonus to, I guess I'm counting 43 employees.
Right.
And varies anywhere between $2,250 and $5,000.
Right.
And that would total $205,000.
Mm-hmm.
And then by the time we add the tax, which I guess is their FICA tax,
right,
it totals $220,682.50 for those 43 employees.
Yes.
But the county's share would only be $34,205 and a few cents. And I guess my first question is, they might have approved $6,000, but are they going to jump back at $220,000? And I guess, is this legal? I guess maybe it's a question for you and Katie. Can we allocate state funds like that? Or reallocate?
I've looked at the ordinance and I've looked at the information from Smith County, and I've spoken with Jeff, who was very familiar with the situation. As a general matter, it's legal if you pass this ordinance, which would have to be advertised. No action could be taken tonight because it would have to be advertised in the newspaper for 2 weeks before it could be considered. But yes, it is legal. To answer the question about the amount, I mean, there's nothing in the law, the way it's written, that would prohibit any amount. Now, I don't know if there's any other, how it would be looked at as far as that goes, but it's not illegal. It's legal if you adopt that ordinance. But I can't tell you what repercussions would come from auditors or anybody like that.
$34,000 is compared to the whole is not a lot. I think that's 15.5% of it. It's still a pretty good chunk of money. I'm not really opposed to this. I just would like to
Right.
make sure it's legal,
Right.
but I've got a few things that I would like to have questions on this. And one of them is, how many positions do you have unfilled right now? I heard as many as 7 positions.
We have 7 right now. When I sent you all the information, we had 6.
Does that include the 2 new hires that you had?
No, they're included in the 43.
Okay, so you still got 7 unfilled positions.
Yes.
Why is there such a problem? I mean, where do you advertise? I mean, do you advertise throughout the state?
It's a state jobs website. It's where they do the state. I put it out on Facebook, and people share it. It gets put out on Indeed. I put it out on LinkedIn. It's VEC picks it up. So I mean, it's out there. It's just most the family service specialists are difficult because it requires a 4-year degree with either in a human services field or in any field plus 2 years experience in human services. It used to be much more strict where I could not screen in a teacher because Virginia Department of Social Services HR didn't consider that human services experience. Couldn't screen in a police officer. Wasn't a human services experience. They have loosened that up. So it's pretty broad.
Or the positions that you have open right now, what level are they? They for social workers.
We have 4, or I guess now we have 5 family service specialists, and those are the social workers.
They require special training.
That's a degree position. We have 1 benefit programs specialist that is an entry level, no degree, and we have 1 clerical position, which is entry level position as well. Theoretically, they're all entry level positions. It's just one requires a degree.
You understand that if this were to be done, it'd be a one-time shot.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
I think
But I
this
will
is going
take
to be a real tough budget year for us.
Right.
We're seeing a 2% rise in the Virginia retirement system, and I mean that's
Oh yeah,
on the gross.
absolutely.
And I would think, and I've talked to some of your DSS board members, I would have expected it to come through the board, that the board would have brought it and say, Patrick just asked for this, we recommend this. It seems you got a mixed bag on the board, some are for it, some are against it.
Right.
Some are non-committal. So, but at any rate, I would think, it would be my preference if we allocated something, would be to allocate that amount and then go back to the board and have them, distribute the money on some sort of basis. I don't know what kind of basis you used. It's just, there's 2 numbers in there, 2250 and 5,000.
Right.
So
Basically,
I don't know what that's based on.
The 5,000 was for employees that were on the payroll December 31st, 2021. 2,500 are employees that started January 1st or after the 2022
January 1st.
of 2022.
Oh, okay.
And there are 4 employees that have started since the beginning of the calendar year.
Well, that answers one of my questions, I guess. I was asking if these new hires would be eligible for this bonus.
I went back and forth on it and actually spoke to the supervisor about it, and they are a member of our team. I don't see why we would not. I think that, one, it's a morale boost, and if they know that other people are getting this and that we're willing to go out and give them this as well, or at least a partial part of it, then that's going to build some goodwill.
Again, I defer back to the DSS board because that's
Well,
why
what
they're there.
as I understand it, and I spoke to Mr. Campbell as well on Saturday, Smith County had to do it a little differently because they had to go Board of Supervisors to do the ordinance, DSS board to approve basically the amount, or whatever the finalized amount would be, and then back to the Board of Supervisors to allocate the funds.
You said you had a problem hiring and retaining.
Right.
I think one thing that I would demand on this is if you do this, I would call it a retention bonus.
That's fine.
And have anybody that gets the bonus sign a sheet. They'll stay with you for at least 12 months.
Okay. I have no problem doing that.
And if, well, that's not to lock anybody out, but, you know, if somebody has to leave and finds a much better job 6 months down the road, you can just prorate the bonus back.
Right.
They would have to repay whatever.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with that. I would have to.
Well,
I'd have to defer to our attorney to draw that up. But
you know, being such a tight budget here, but I understand the workload, and I commend you for being able to do the work of 7 additional employees. Apparently, we'll look at that in the budget next year. But
Okay, thank you, Mr. Breeding. I'm not cutting you off, but I am cutting you off.
well, I may not be through this long.
Okay, well, let's let somebody else ask a question. Does anybody else here
Yeah, I
have
do.
anything they want to ask while Steve is thinking?
Well, one thing's, Patrick, I'd like for you to make it a habit to come here and
absolutely.
speak with us. I appreciate you coming. I've had a opportunity to work with you guys closely on the foster care initiative, and I'm so grateful for that. I mean, we went from 100 and some kids, and it dropped dramatically in that initiative. And the social workers went with us late in the evenings on Sundays, visiting churches and different places, encouraging people to look at breaking the cycle and taking a child. We got recognized by the House of Delegates in that regard, and that goes a long way for you all. I know that it's hard to compete, and the greatest investment you can ever make is in your people. I think now that this board's worked tirelessly to get you a really nice facility, and you have that, but really the greatest investment you can make is in your personnel and your people. I really appreciate everybody that works for your agency working through COVID, because they didn't quit working. They worked through it all. They couldn't just say, well, I can't work. All these needs still had to be met with kids being displaced. And I think, you know, we're still going to be facing not just a COVID pandemic, but there's a mental health pandemic, there's a culture pandemic, there's other pandemics that we're going to be faced with, and you all have a huge responsibility. I pray for you daily, because I really believe that you don't get the credit you deserve, and I think a lot of it is just because of perception, like we've talked about, and I've had the privilege to talk to some of your people. Anybody in here knows that if we can invest in our people, those people are going to invest right back into our county. We don't even meet the minimum requirement that we should give you. And I think that should be considered in being able to do this. I'm for it. I'll be honest with you. I think that there's no better way to motivate your people except where they're able to pay their bills. And I know the conversation we had that night, that, you know, that the 3 kids and people had to stay in the office down here with those children. A lot of people just don't know. And I think those times that you're able to come and do your presentation on a quarterly basis or whatever it may be, to kind of enlighten people. I'm telling you, there's not a board member here that knows everything about everything in every agency. I want to be educated more about what people do and how they provide and the services they offer. That's one of the reasons we formed Mount Movers, to try to be educated to know what people do and what they provide. But I'm like Steve, you know, I think that I had a discussion with him about that retention bonus and making sure that people just don't take the money and then they find a better job down the road. And I know you have a difficulty with that because of our population compared to other county populations, and they can afford to do certain things that we might do. But we've been blessed. I mean, we've been really blessed to be able to do what we've been able to do since we got elected. And I just want to I know there's some of your workers here tonight. I'm so grateful, and I appreciate everything they do. Just from my little experience of being involved in that foster care initiative, knowing what a tragedy it is to have to remove a child. You know,
Absolutely. And when the time frame that you're talking about, I think we topped out at 98 kids, and we had 3 foster care workers, and then the supervisor. The state has put a cap on the number of cases a foster care worker can hold, and that's 15. So we would have sunk. We would have still done the work, but I mean, they were putting in 70, 80 hours.
I know.
So, and I appreciate, and we appreciate what Mountain Movers and what you all did to help us with recruitment. And speaking of which, one of the vacancies, what I plan on doing is making a foster care recruiter out of one of those vacancies. Somebody who will do the exact same thing. Go into churches, go to community organizations, go to events, and try to recruit foster homes, respite homes. You don't have to be a full-time foster parent. Just, are you willing to keep a couple kids for up to 7 days? We need everything. So, and a lot of the issues are, and I'll continue with the foster care analogy. We have workers that can leave us, go to Holston Family Services or DePaul, get $7,000, $8,000 more, and have 6 cases.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a no-brainer.
Oh, I know.
Thank you, Mr. Brunty. One moment. Anyone else have any questions?
I would like to appreciate what Mr. has done. Hope to continue doing. And I'm for this. I talked with you extensively. We can do this legally, stay above any illegal stuff. I'm for it.
So
I'll make that my statement short.
One of the things I do want to reiterate to this group, that it will have to come by ordinance. You will have a chance to voice your opinion on this. Remember, there is local tax dollars involved in this. I'm not trying to spin it, but I want it to be very
Absolutely.
transparent.
Absolutely.
What is at stake here? And so we all agree that we thank you for your service. We thank you, each and every one of you all who have come tonight. If there's nothing else from our board, we'll move along. Are we good to go? Steve, I'm coming back to you. Last say.
Is that it?
All right.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Brunty. Now, at this time, we're going to hear from the county administrator, Mr. Lonzo Lester.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. How are y'all doing today? And thank you, Mr. Brunty, for your presentation. And it was a good opportunity because during this year, of course, we're just coming out of the pandemic. And usually during this time of the year, we've already begun our budget meetings and workshops. And with the special legislation just convening today, General Assembly is coming back today. Of course, everyone knows how difficult time they're having. They're $3 billion apart in their budget issues. So one of the things that I did is not just go into the things that's reflecting in the county as a whole, because that's my job and responsibility to convey to the Board of Supervisors issues that will be coming up before you of all county agencies. So we've got to look at the picture as a whole. All county departments did a great outstanding over the last 2 years during the pandemic. And we were accoladed from the Virginia Department of Health, from the commissioners, and we did a great job. Of course, everyone sees that the COVID now has went down. We went into days with no cases and no fatalities. So now, during this time, not only the county is coming out of the pandemic, the state of Virginia is coming out of the pandemic. And one of the things that the Board of Supervisors will have to consider and their concerns is before this board, this is different than our last 7 years of budgets. So This one is going to be hard. And one of the things I want to emphasize to the Board of Supervisors is this. Everything that has came before the board and the financial impact that will be before the board was implemented by the state of Virginia. There is nothing that the county has done incorrectly financially. We have lived within our means. We have cut our costs, but we have to deal with what's coming down legislatively. And what I like to do is present what is coming down legislatively. And I tied it in with the DSS component also. Got too many clickers. Apologize. Two. I got. Wait. First, second page. Okay. Here you go. I got it. Here we go. I got it. Okay. In FY 22-23 budget issues, of course, the first thing that we got to deal with is what is current this year. Of course, everyone knows that the minimum hour wage was raised $11 per hour. This is during the current budget year. That was a financial impact that began back in January. Of course, also with $11, there will be a $12 increase in the FY 22-23 of the minimum wage salary requirement, which will be another financial impact. And this is, again, things and issues that have been implemented by the state. The third thing that has been implemented by the state, the Virginia retirement system, which also affects all the schools, DSSs, everything is raising. They raised it from 13.05 to 15.05. That and how that equates, that's a 2% increase. But when you calculate in the gross salaries, that's a 20% increase in the retirement benefit costs. And the Board of Supervisors, when we start our budget workshops, we'll see those individual line items come before the board in each and every department, not just Department of Social Services, but the schools, the sheriff's departments, the courts, and etc. Of course, during FY 22 and 23, Virginia is proposing a 5% pay raise. So, and also 5% pay raise next year. These are major impacts to the county. If the Board of Supervisors desires to proceed down this path, to be able to give these 5%, we got to be very conservative in these items that we keep going through, that we've got to be selective of to be able to meet these financial goals. And again, everyone in the audience has heard about the proposed reduction in local grocery sales tax. Right now, to the county, we pull $50,000 a month in sales tax from the local Walmart alone. That will be revenue gone if this is implemented. So that's not counting the food cities. That's not counting the mom and pop stores. This is not counting anything. This is only the 1% proposed. Also, everyone knows about the rate of inflation, the price of gas, and the price of groceries has went through the roof. Of course, our operations, we haven't hired anybody else. We are also having problems, same thing as the Department of Social Services, the schools, and the sheriffs. We can't find people. We're having to pick up the extra loads between all the county employees and move things around to make it work. But just with the increased operating costs of increased inflation, our cost has soared over 10 to 15 over the previous year. That includes fuel, cost, food, and etc. Schools. And now when we go into that has been previously mentioned, we have to do an ordinance for this. Currently, there is no county ordinance in place, not for state funding for bonus. You are setting precedents here. So what this means is the ordinance will not be specific to the Department of Social Services. It will be specific to all county departments that have state funding, which is the schools, the Constitution officers, the courts, Department of Health, and etc., and governing boards that have state funding. If they have funds left over at the remaining of the year, they will be eligible once you set this motion in place with this ordinance. Right now, also as mentioned before, as Mr. Breeding had mentioned, there's been no formal request or resolution from the local DSS. No, it is not required at the state level, but it is required with our internal auditors. So that request must have formality between the local DSS governing board to the local governing board of the Board of Supervisors. And traditionally, again, one thing that the Board of Supervisors has done for the 7 years you have sat in these seats, you have always had level funding and equal salary and bonuses county-wide. Y'all have not agreed on the NORS ordinances. You've not agreed on a lot of other things that's here before you tonight. But one thing you have agreed to, you have traditionally stuck to, is level county-wide level salaries and bonuses, because that's who we're up here representing, all county departments. And this, again, will be setting precedents. Again, when we have any department, whether it's the Department of Social Services, whether it's the school board or the Constitution officers, any time that you have state funding involved and you don't send it back, you're keeping our elevated funding up. As many times I've heard through budget years, other departments on trying to getting cuts done that cut their funding, but when you do that, you keep your elevated funding. What that means is not only are you keeping your state funding elevated, you're keeping the county's fund portion elevated also. So we know that there's vacant positions. There's other departments that's got things for equipment, etc. But right now, as what you see that is coming down from the state, it is going to be very difficult. Of course, Katie and I, our jobs is to protect the Board of Supervisors in the county. We have reached out and we have talked to the Department of Social Services, Legal and Financial, along with the Auditors of Public Accountants. We have communication with them on this. And we're requesting guidance and approval from the local DSS to be able to utilize these state funds. Not that the state funds is not eligible, because the local governing board has that authority, but it has never been at this amount. What you have seen traditionally throughout the state is approvals for $250 or $500. That's what you see, max. You do not see an average of $5,000 bonuses out of end of year state funds. Second, 3 years ago, the Department of Social Services also did an employment internal alignment with the same fund money which the Board of Supervisors approved. Again, they have 7 positions that's open, that's vacant, and so do we. So does the schools. So does the Constitution officer. So does the Sheriff's Department. And what they're doing is they're trying to work with what they got without encumbering any additional county money. Because you got to remember, with this, there's $36,000, give or take, I got the exact number, that is encumbered of local taxpayers' funds. That is it. That is a position, a full-time year position on the salary of one of these positions, either of a school or a sheriff department or a maintenance department. This is filling the position. This would pay that salary. And of course, in the end, for the FY 22-23 county budget, this will have an impact on your tax rates. If you cannot cover your budget by law, we got to consider tax increases. Right now, with no additional or the reduced revenue that's coming along, additional operating cost levels are a big concern. We have cut We have reoperated. We have done what we could do. Whether it's federal or state or local money, y'all are the stewardships of it. So as we proceed through, we must be financially cautious. We must be financially good stewards, whether it's federal, state, or local. Does the board, and I thank the board. Do I have any questions?
Any questions?
Yeah, I got a question. You mentioned the constitutional officers in the school. Did they give bonuses?
They do.
They did.
Well, not this fiscal year, no. Hey, I thought you said do the.
Through the pandemic, did they give bonuses?
From the ARPA money.
But they did give bonuses.
Yes, and so did we.
Okay, but I mean, they did give bonuses. So did the
did
sheriff's office give bonuses?
So, yeah, the sheriff's under us. Yes, sir.
But that's a constitutional office, right?
Yes, it is.
They did give bonuses.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I need.
Yep. Any other questions?
No, but what you're saying is I wrote that down, and you said it's 36,000 of local tax dollars. It's 34,205. I know that's
34,205.
arbitrary, but anyway, that is our local share that comes out of our local taxes.
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay. So with this being said, what's to keep any of the constitutional officers or the sheriff's office or any of these other boards and committees and agencies to come back and say, where is my $34,000?
As I pointed out in the presentation and mentioned, if you do this ordinance, which one is not in place, and there's been a reason for that, you do not have an ordinance in place, or if it didn't, then that department would not be here asking for your approval. When the board of supervisors or the other agency had done their approval of bonuses or their level of bonuses, it had to be in through the federal side through the CARES or the ARPA funds during the pandemic, number one. Number two is if we give a bonus, which the board of supervisors, we knew that, Katie and I knew that the board of supervisors has total autonomy to do it. It is out of the general funds. And the board of supervisors and Russell County citizens knew it beforehand. You were giving it out of general funds. This is coming out of state funds, which you do not have a ordinance for. Normally, the way the other departments do, as the schools and the other departments and the sheriffs and the ones that receive federal, state, and local, because y'all approve it each and every month, they move through their federal funding, their state funding, and residual into their locality funding. That's why you see at the end of the year, which would give totally legal standing to the school board at the end of the year in the reversion money to step down and say, there is an ordinance in place for a bonus now.
Let me ask this, Katie, if you don't care to answer this for me, I just want some clarity. So the amount that we're speaking as far as our contribution, could it be budgeted or utilized through the department, through their board, and then the rest of it, instead of sending it back to the state? That sets a pretty bad precedent when you send that money back to them, like you don't, I mean, that's a reflection that, maybe they don't need that money next time. Maybe we'll just cut them deeper or something.
Are you asking if you can separate the local
Yes.
funds from the state funds?
Yeah.
My understanding, and this is more of a Lonzo question, is that's a match that based on the percentage of the state funds, that's the amount that we allocate. So there would be no way to separate those.
So the 15.5 is our local.
15.5 is on their is it the 855? I think that's correct. And that's why also the auditors of public accounts have looked at, and the central office department of social services. It is 15.5.
Why would the ordinance have to be so broad? Why would it not be just for the Department of Social Services?
Well, you can do that, but you're singling out, and
You said
Yeah, you just said we couldn't do it.
to be fair and equitable as you have before the last 7 years. You can go specifically with an ordinance. That's at the pleasure of the Board of Supervisors. Katie will also tell you that. That just says the Department of Social Services. But you would have to write it specifically for the DSS. But also you got to remember the ones with the big state funding between the Constitution, Department of Health, that they're going to also be requesting the same in like kind and the same treatment.
Well, if they have money left over in their payroll, would they not be entitled to that?
You can't run it down to the state line item in payroll. It is state funding. How Department of Social Services has done that funding is irrelevant, no matter what state line what funding line it is within the state of Virginia. State funding is state funding.
So what you're saying is just send the 200 and some thousand back to the state.
Well, no, I'm not saying that either, because every one of y'all know me. I do not like giving back money. But here is the thing about it. If you open up the Pandora box for one, you do all.
Well, no,
For
I
7
don't
years.
agree with you on that.
Okay?
I don't agree with you on that
That's
because
a
I think you've got to look at all these entities and the responsibilities and the work. Some of these people have put in 20-some years. They worked through the complete pandemic. Some did not. Some got to work from home. They got, you got to look at every consideration and look at the information that's required. I mean, I think you ought to treat everybody. I've been an advocate for treating everybody equally and fairly. But this is a circumstance where they have a surplus of money that's from the state, and I don't want to see us send that money back to the state.
I know, and I understand that. But again, back to the point, every dollar that you keep elevated locks us into 15.5.
Well, the sheriff's department pays overtime.
I
The
didn't
sheriff's department pays overtime, right?
pays overtime?
Yeah.
Yes, by law. They have to because of their
I
classification.
understand the school system, but once we allocate that money, they pretty much do whatever they want to.
Yes, that is by law also.
So basically, we don't have the governing
Well, when
authority to do anything. If they want to give a $25,000 bonus, they have the right to do it.
no, not exactly. You can't do with what, even from the guidance for the Department of Social Services.
I'm talking about for the school system.
Even with the school, state funds and federal funds, you have to utilize what we call due diligence. One, in oversight. You have to make sure it is a responsible, ethical stewardship of federal and state money. If you have not traditionally given bonuses of this size, then it is out of the ordinary scope of business and tradition. If it was a $250 or a $500 bonus, we would not be here having this conversation because traditionally that has been the sizes of the bonuses that we have given. Like I said, I have reached out to the Department of Social Services, and this is the guidance that I'm repeating is what they're telling me in writing. Again, the APA will be looking at this. Again, the internal auditors will be looking at this.
So what you're saying is, what are you saying if they look at it? Is it illegal?
No.
Well, I mean, what do you?
No, it is not legal, and Katie conferred to that. It's stewardship of business expenses, of way you do the salaries. What has traditionally been what the county amount has been, or has given equally and fairly between all county employees, because the schools, y'all know, in the beginning had some big dollars. They had over $1 million at one time in surplus. And now we're down to around $180,000, which they could.
With this education level and experience, one of these people that work here locally in Russell County, could they go to another county and make $12,000, $14,000 more in a year?
Say that again now.
I said, with the level of experience and education that these people have dedicated their life here in Russell County, could they go to another county and make a lot more money?
With today's labor market, yes, it is. It is a labor
So
market.
what I'm saying, if you look at what these people could actually do, and as they're struggling right now trying to get people to work, and based on the competition around the area, that's even making it more difficult. I mean, to me, you reward people for what they do and their commitment, dedication, of what
Absolutely.
their jobs are. I'm not setting a precedent with other people. I'm just saying you ought to take care of the people that's doing the job. I mean, if they go across the border, 30-minute drive, and make $20,000 more on a year, you're going to have that happen.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to set a precedent that if we are not able to take care of our people in Russell County, then they're going to go. And then what are you going to do to fix that?
Well, and that's a good point. But
That's the precedent that's been set.
Excuse me. Thank you.
I mean,
We
you know,
appreciate you.
what are you gonna do
And,
to fix that?
and it just in the Smith County example, what they passed that one for was to assist with the healthcare insurance. There was, I mean, you can look after case and bonuses after bonuses in the state of Virginia. I've done this for 28 years in the state. I had larger numbers sitting in the state with the Department of Transportation, Department of Health, that I could have took on vacant positions, even state to state money, and moved it into, at the end of the year, took vacant positions and gave to bonuses, but never have. Not at that level. But like I said, if this was 200 or 250, 500, or even 750, you're in the ranges of traditional bonuses that has been given not only in the county but in the state.
I think it's a two-edged sword. I think you're gonna have to do something to take care of your people.
Mr. Lester, do you have
Yes, ma'am.
anything else you need to address?
No, ma'am. Any more questions?
Anybody else have any questions or concerns or comments?
Mr. Lester, I was wondering, social service having this money left over, and yet they have to not be discriminatory. All the other employees have to get a bonus too. They're the one that came up with the extra money. Looks like it. I know the rules and regulations, that's just my thought. Why could they not give it to their employees since they had the money left over rather than having to give it to everybody else in the county?
Well,
Excuse me.
that I can, from what money they had left over was from vacant positions that they did not have filled. That is, you know, subsidized county positions that have been advertised. Some of the, in looking at some of the positions in advertising, you know, like a fiscal assistance, it's been open since 2021. You know, and I'm like Mr. Braden when they started talking about where you advertising at and how to do. Maybe the county can step in and help, you know, advertise them a little bit more, you know, different, or use our applications too. But Mr. Christian, what you're referring to is those vacant funding agencies, positions, how they come up with that funding. School has it, the sheriff's department has it standing, the county has it, and so we have a lot of positions that are either state funded or state subsidized. And the way the school board does it, and they have a little bit more autonomy than the Department of Social Services, like I mentioned before. They spend their federal funds, their state funds, and then they leave their local funds for reversion. They can easily, at their own autonomy of the school board, change that methodology and spend local funds first. Because like Mr. Brady stated, under the Code of Virginia, they can take those funds and expend them first. But traditionally, in partnering with the other agencies, with the county departments, this has worked out to where it has not made a financial impact to the localities to be able to move that funding in, to be able to keep it. As anyone knows that right now and again with the state, with the state budget and what's coming down, we've got to be good financial fiduciaries. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it's $34,000 of local money. That's a position. And if it would please the Board of Supervisors, we would be willing to work with legal counsel, Department of Social Services, to ensure that 220 got carried over to the next year, because I know that's in place too. We have discussed that with the Department of Social Services. And then that way you still have that funding available next year for those positions, and you have 12 months to fill them. Get the help that you need based off your positions, the same way the Sheriff's Department does and the school does.
Okay, any more questions? I'm going to move you along because we're going to.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Thank
you,
Board.
Mr. Lester.
Yes, ma'am.
Next, we have on our agenda Older Americans Month proclamation for May 2022. That's in your board book as a resolution. I'll accept a motion to accept it.
I'll make it, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, next we are moving on over to our public hearing. And before we start our public hearing, I know you guys are waiting patiently. I think there should be a sign-in sheet somewhere. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. So this public hearing is for the noise ordinance proposed for Russell County. So I'm going to read you a few things, and I'd like for you to abide by these requests that I'm going to ask of you. I know it's been tough to sit here through some things, but I'm going to ask you to please listen and abide by and respect this board's authority. Attendees are not entitled to be disorderly or disruptive in the meeting from proceeding in an orderly, efficient, and a fashionable manner. Effective manner. Disruptive behavior may result in a recess or removal from the meeting. All attendees are asked to be very respectful of all speakers. Rules will be enforced fairly and impartially to ensure the efficient and effective conduct of business. All violators may be subject to removal from the meeting. After we have the public expression, I'm going to ask at the appropriate time, under the county attorney's request and comments, there will be a time for the county attorney and the administrator to respond to some of the comments from the audience. This is to ensure that you walk away today with an answer that is satisfactory to what you know and you can understand through Virginia code. Please remember and be cognizant that this is all done under the Virginia code, which is law. There's no law made here tonight. It's only an ordinance given to us in protection of our citizens, which could mean you or me or anyone else. So there's no one coming with any preconceived notions on this, I hope. Also, I just want to make sure that everyone understands that I don't care to call on you, and I will. So please, be respectful. I'm going to give you 3 minutes. Also, if you have brought comments, written comments, that you would like those to be placed into the record, you can submit those to Mr. Lester. Those will be placed in our minutes, and they will always be there as your personal comments and the way you feel about what's going on in the county. So at this time, everybody understand? Katie, are you okay with that? Yes. All right. Please give us your name and address. Please speak into the microphone. And Daniel Hess, you're first. Oh, yes. Mr. Breeding has asked that now this is on the noise ordinance. This is, okay. I didn't hear all of that. We've got public comment to follow this. That was just handed to me. So, Boy Scouts Troop 408, come on, and I'll let you come, and so your children can go home. It's chairman's prerogative. I can make that decision on my own. Thank you, Mr. Hess.
We're here representing the Breaks District of the Boy Scouts of America. So we submitted a letter to Ms. Wallace to you asking for funding for $1,000. And I was asked to come to discuss that tonight because we're trying to increase youth activities. The Breaks District is compiled of both Buchanan County and Russell County. So we serve all the communities in Russell County as well as Buchanan County. Buchanan County has come to us and said, we're going to give you $1,000 for your youth activities if you'll get Russell County to match that. So here we are, got $1,000 from Buchanan County that I might not get if we can't get it from Russell County. That's what I'm here to say.
Oopsie.
So,
You're
We-
playing one of us against the other.
so that's what I was told. I was told to ask for $1,000 to match Buchanan County's budget.
Okay, your wish has been heard. I will forward this over, and Mr. Lester is already aware of that. There will be, and we're not even supposed to be having conversation, but since it's you and these children, we're going to have this conversation. So
Thank you.
anyway, yes, we will see to that. Mr. Lester, correct?
Right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
We will
Thank
match Buchanan
Thank you.
County somehow, some way, right, Board?
you. Thank you.
And thank you for coming, and we appreciate your pledge. It was sweet, and we love you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the
Thank
work
you.
you do for our youth.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, now we're back to noise ordinance. So anybody here that doesn't want to speak to noise ordinance, the public comments are later in this meeting. So we just ask you to be patient with us. We're trying to run the program like it's listed on our agenda. First off is Sandy Hess, Swords Creek.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandy Hess. I am from Swords Creek. I oppose this noise ordinance for common sense reasons. It will not solve any of the issues that these complainants have brought forward. It's been proven over and over that we can't rely on the government, even local government, to solve our problems. How many times did we hear that the orders that was put in place over the past 2 years were for the greater good? I see no good coming out of this ordinance. It will be weaponized, pitting neighbor against neighbor, causing more strife and discontent than it solves. I also feel that it violates my First Amendment right, freedom of speech. The last time I checked, the Bill of Rights didn't set a decibel level for freedom. Another reason that I'm against this ordinance is because it poses a potential threat to our religious freedoms. As the ordinance stands right now, it states that the county religious services are exempt. Why does it specifically use the term county services? I know Mr. King had expressed to me after the last meeting, and to at least one more pastor, that most of these pastors here are not even ordained. So does that mean if their church is not registered with the clerk that it's not considered a county church? God ordains ministers, not the government. As easily as this ordinance has been changed over and over, the exemptions that have been added to appease everyone could just as easily be removed once this ordinance is passed. I know Ms. Wallace was very concerned at the last public hearing that the public not be misled, not on her watch, and that is admirable. However, I went to the Board of Supervisors office personally on March the 11th. I picked up 25 copies of the ordinance that was discussed and posted on the website at our last meeting on March the 7th. Sometime between Friday, March the 11th and Wednesday, March the 16th, the exemption L for religious services had been added. There are still 2 documents on the county website under the document center. One has the church exemption, one does not. As Thomas Jefferson stated, most bad government has grown out of too much government. Mr. Christian made a declaration at the last board meeting that, and I quote, "They don't want this government overreach." That was very insightful of Mr. Christian. It's obvious Mr. Christian's in tune with his constituents. I would only hope that the rest of this board would follow Mr. Christian's very own words when he profoundly stated, "We don't want this government overreach."
I will ask you to hold your applause. I know that it's fun. It's okay to do this, and I don't have a problem hugely, but it does take up an enormous amount of time. So in order to be expediting getting everybody in here to have everybody to say what they want to say, I've probably got maybe several pages. So I want to make sure that everybody gets heard. And I'm going to be quiet. So please, just let us move forward, okay? Doug Mays.
I'm Doug Mays. I live at 1183 Scenic Hill Garden Drive, Lebanon, Virginia. I'm here to support this ordinance. And the reason I'm looking here that was mentioned about yard maintenance. What do we do about that? Farm animals, lawfully discharged firearms, and will it impact religious services? Now, yard maintenance, everybody's got a lawnmower and they could get around that one. But farm animals, all I hear is a moo from the cows on the hillside by me down there. And as far as their machinery, when they mow my hay and roll it, I don't even hear them half the time. Didn't even know they're there. And as far as the religious services outside, I'm sure if people with amplifiers outside, they're not going to be criticized unless they're really, really too loud. And then those ministers be a minister from God, they're going to tone it down a little bit. And I don't think that's going to hurt anybody there. One guy on here says, what's noise? Well, here's what noise is. If you go up there and Mr. Keene, I guess it is when amplifiers are going, music 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, blasting music and waking up the neighborhood. Now that's noise. Down here, Mr. Osborne, his autistic daughter just goes to pieces when there's loud music going. She's literally pulling her hair out and begging to make it stop. That's noise. And that's not only noise, that's torture. Both those are torture. People, I like what Mr. Breeding had to say, people who are entitled to peace. And there's going to be voting on this. There's 2 types of people in Russell County. There's good citizens and bad citizens. And lo and behold, I'm so glad we get this room full of good citizens in here tonight. And I think if you vote against this ordinance on the noise, you're voting against good citizens. Thank you.
Voting district. Voting district.
Ninth district.
For Russell County.
Oh.
East Lebanon, West Lebanon.
Oh, I don't know. East Lebanon, okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But,
Remember, if you would like to submit any of your comments, please give them to Mr. Lester. Dana Tucker of Honeacre.
Madam Chairman, the board, I appreciate your time. Let me speak. Appreciate the emails. My name is Dane Tucker. I live in Honeacre. Now, the county really doesn't affect me. Our town is going to deal with this as well. But I am in your county, and we are looking at the property. I believe I'm in your district, Mr. Eaton. People say they have a right to do as they please because it's their property, and I'm on board with that. I am a property owner. But I can't run a brothel no more than I can run a meth lab on my property. And there's laws on that to protect society, and that's what it is. This is a health issue you're facing. It's a safety issue. I've been doing this for 47 years. I run audio. That's my life. If you don't pass it, you're helping me out. I carry meters. I look at county noise ordinances so I can stay within those parameters. People are misunderstanding these decibels. 99% of the people in the county will not even be affected by this. They don't understand it. They will never be in violation of this code. It's the people that are living door to door with each other that are making this noise. You know, you're going to have 0.1% of the bad affecting 100% of the people that's being affected by them. It's torture. You all got my emails. If you think I'm exaggerating to you, and Madam Chairwoman, I did read your rules because I would love to play to you what we spent an entire summer, spring, and fall. There was no escaping it. There was nowhere we could go within our home. Honecker Police Department, and I don't mean it like y'all do down here, bless their heart, I'm not calling them idiots. They sat there at my dinner table and said, Mr. Tucker, there's nothing we can do. Supreme Court of Virginia, unconstitutional. And that's why these meters are here now. Opinions no longer matter. If it's above the noise limit, it's above the noise limit. And if you got a party going on or a bonfire, 12 o'clock at night, you're in the country, you're 300 foot off the road, off your property line, there's no way you can violate it. I could have Pink Floyd come out and throw a party on your property, set up my sound system, 7,000 watts, and I would not be in violation of your noise ordinance. It's strictly the people that are in these close proximities of each other. Culpeper went through this on their website, Sheriff's Department. Absolutely nothing we can do. Do not call us. We have no authority whatsoever to intervene on behalf of noise complaints. And that's what you're going to do to your own law enforcement departments. You're going to tie their hands behind their back. When they talk about pitting neighbor against neighbor, you don't pass it, and that's exactly what you're going to do. This should be bipartisan. Not how many people show up from your district. This is a safety concern for everybody in Russell County. Because when you get these neighbors so frustrated that they're literally ready to take the law into their own hands, somebody's going to answer for that. And that's just as simple as it is. It's a real easy process. 99% of the people standing behind me would not want to interfere with their neighbor's well-being.
Excuse me. The 3-minute limit, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. By the way, I'm not keeping time tonight, so somebody is supposed to be. I'm sorry. Linda Couch. Oh, that's right. You are not. Thank you. Cody Jackson.
Good evening. My name is Cody Jackson, and I am a resident of the Cleveland area of the county. I'm in Mr. Ray's district. I'm also a minister at Harmony Community Church in Belfast. First, let me begin by saying that I appreciate the board listening to our concerns at the last meeting and agreeing to postpone the vote until this public comment session could be conducted. I believe that was a great move in building a foundation of trust with the residents of the county. I've since taken the time to review the current version of the ordinance, including the new additions for religious services, and I want to tell the board attorney that I appreciate her efforts to protect our church's First Amendment rights from weaponization, but I still do have some concerns that this could still be used in that manner. For instance, Exemption J specifically calls out amplified expression, which all of our services would actually fall under that because we use PA equipment during service, and that is not specifically mentioned in Exemption L. There also still remains no call out for outdoor worship services, which is very highly concerning, as I stated at the last meeting. I also believe this ordinance as a whole provides great opportunity for weaponization against neighbors for no other reason than vengeful annoyance. The broad application of this ordinance over the entire county is extremely unnecessary. As an example, my neighbor lives at least 300 yards down the hill from me. And if it's best for him to weed eat or mow at midnight, that really is not any business of mine. It won't be an issue for him anyway, but not everybody is blessed with neighbors as nice as I am. Regarding weaponization, it was given as an example at the last meeting that sometimes laws are necessary, even though we don't fully protect from their malicious use. The example given was of assault, which is undoubtedly necessary to bring people responsible for heinous acts to justice, in spite of the fact that some may be able to accuse others wrongfully. I agree with this statement because, put simply, the benefits outweigh the risks. I must disagree, however, that this is an applicable comparison, as I do not believe the benefits of this ordinance come close to outweighing the risk. In summary, after review and listening to residents both from the last meeting and throughout the month, I find this ordinance unnecessary, unwise, and unpopular. This is a great opportunity for the board to further cultivate trust among your voters by showing that you are servants of the people. I urge you to stand in agreement with the residents of this county and vote no on adopting this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Brandon Bice.
Good afternoon. I'm Brandon Bice, and I'm from Cleveland. And I just wanted to say that I was against the noise ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Bice. Joni Baker, Lebanon.
Hello, my name is Joni Baker, Lebanon, Steve Breeden's district, and I encourage each one of the board members to look through the eyes of law enforcement. I've got over 20 years of law enforcement experience, so I know something about, answering these calls and things like that with the disputing neighbors and domestic situations and the meth crisis that we're facing. My personal opinion is that I believe that we're going to go in this direction. It's going to create more harm than good, because law enforcement cannot make good neighbors. The simple truth is that we're supposed to be enforcing the laws, protecting the citizens, but we can't make good neighbors. I believe that this ordinance, if it's passed, is going to put law enforcement in further harm's way by the neighbors, as you all have heard, retaliating against one another, more call volumes, so law enforcement already has a great burden on them, as we've seen across the country with assaults and things like that. And as the gentleman spoke about social services, you can't find workers, and a lot of that's due to the burden that's placed on social services and law enforcement. So I would encourage everyone to think about this from the people that's going to have to go out and answer the calls, because the call volume is going to increase, I can assure you. So look for the law enforcement side of this as well, not just the citizens. It's unfortunate that we don't have better neighbors to where that it doesn't bother, someone regardless of their situation. That's just common courtesy. But it's a civil matter, and I believe it needs to stay like that. And we need to try to ensure better safety for the law enforcement personnel as well, and consider their job, because they'll be the ones that have to go out and face this.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Oh, my goodness. Dwayne Hilbert.
Dwayne Hilbert. I'm Coal Tibble Hollow area, Lebanon. I'm Mr. Breeding's district. Just wanted to say that I don't believe that the board can ordinate respect among neighbors. Unfortunately, some people have bad neighbors. I've had bad neighbors in the past. But I'm against this noise ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hilbert. Next is Mike Dye.
I'm Mike Dye. I'm from called Ray's District, and I pastor Harmony Community Church. I have papers here signed from Harmony Community Church and from Revival Center Swords Creek. They are in revival, so they sent me their list. There's 125 names on here. We stand together against this ordinance. I like to ask all 7 board members, which mine's not here tonight, so I ask the 6th that's here to vote against this. I was here in March and spoke against this ordinance, and I got a phone call that Sunday, and just exactly what we said would happen happened. Before this ordinance is even passed, the call went south when I said my mind's not changed, I'm still against it. And he began to bash churches, preachers, and pastors. So if you don't think this is going to happen, it's already happened. It's not even been passed, and this has already happened. Russell County Fire's been here for 75 years. Our church was built in the 1800s, and Russell County's gone 236 years without a noise ordinance, and I don't think we need one now. A speaker tonight's already talked about an outside church service getting too loud. Freedom of religion. Not freedom of religion if you stay calm, if you don't stay this. I wish there's a lot of people here tonight that's not going to speak, but I wish they'd all stand up tonight that's against this, and just show that there's people here tonight that is against this ordinance, that does not want to see this passed. Brother Chester Ball, talked to him after the meeting in March. He's got a right, I think, at 3 o'clock in the morning to weed eat his land, mow his yard if he wants to. He can't breathe when it gets hot. And I think he ought to be able, he owns that land. That's his land, his house. I asked 3 board members here, do you really want to pass an ordinance that can send a law enforcement officer to the home of an 85-year-old Korean veteran at 11:30 at night and tell him he's got to turn his TV down because it's too loud? I mean, is that the ordinance you want to pass? And sad to say, the response was yes. I even asked one that didn't know that dogs were supposed to be exempt. Do you really want to pass an ordinance that could take the dogs away from your own 78-year-old dad? His response was, I don't think Dad needs them. Who are you to say what your dad does or doesn't need on his own land? This is government overreach. We've got too much going over. And I just want to say ditto to everything Cindy has said. And I encourage you, please, vote against this. Vote no to this ordinance. You got a chance tonight. I mean, I think it's going to be sad to look back over this many people and really say, it doesn't matter what you think, I'm going to vote this in. And I'll tell you, it needs to be. And I hear my time's gone. I didn't think I was going to speak 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Dye. Mr. Owens. I think it's Noah. Did I get it right? Thank you.
I'm against this. I'm playing that district. I'm against this. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Tim Hess, Honoker.
Madam Chairman, my name's Tim Hess. I'm a member at Drill Chapel. I live in Drill, Virginia. Minister at Drill Chapel. First and foremost, I don't have to be ordained by the county because I know when God called me to preach. I don't need nobody tell me who and when I can and can't preach. But I will say this. Have you ever been in a church service when the Spirit moves, Peanut? Are you going to be the one to go down and tell us we got to shut it down? It's got to be inside. First revival I held was at Bill Crawford's in Irvintown. Y'all know where that's at? Most of you probably know Bill Crawford. The Holy Ghost fell upon me when I was preaching. I wound up out in the middle of the street. You walk out the front door of his church, you're in the middle of the road. You know what I'm talking about, don't you, Lou? You know where Bill Crawford's church is. Wound up out in the road. I was preaching, I didn't even realize how I got out there. Didn't matter to me. I was obeying God. And when you think you can step in and tell me when and when I cannot obey God because you want to pass a sound ordinance, take me to court, that's all I can tell you. I talked to a few of the members. I'm on Peanut. Peanut is in my district. And I think I know how he stands. I talked to another one that he said, well, you're exempt from this to an point. He said, your neighbor will have to go down and pay a certain fee and draw charges up against you if you violate this thing. Okay, if I'm weed eating my yard at 6 o'clock in the morning, and he goes and presses charges on me, and I go to the courthouse, and the judge says, Mr. Hess, was you weed eating your yard at 6 o'clock in the morning? I'm going to say, yes, Your Honor. Well, I'm going to have to find you guilty because that's what any normal judge would do because I admitted that I was doing it. So don't tell me I'm exempt from something that I'm not. Don't tell us that the churches are exempt from something. Drill Chapel has an amplified system. I know. I had to learn how to use that. Wayne Hubbard had to teach me. We've got one. We use it outside. We have singings outside. We have church. We may have to have church outside. We didn't have to have a whole lot of church outside that I know of. We might have to. When y'all think you can step in, the only question I have for you, I pay my taxes. I work for everything that I have. If I give you a car or give you a piece of land and then tell you what you can and cannot do on it, how much ownership do you really have of that piece of land? I own where I live. I own my home. I should be able to have my TV. If I don't hear good in my right ear. I haven't since I was in school. If I got to turn my TV up, I'm going to turn it up. I pay the cable bill. Y'all don't. I'm going to turn it up where I can hear it. For y'all to tell me what I can and cannot do on my property is useless. And I have each board member to know, and not been threatening, but I have family in every single district. I've talked to every single one of them. They're all against this thing. Remember, we put you in your position. You didn't earn it. We voted you there. We put you there. If you want to stay there, stand on the Bible, stand on the Word. That's what this country was founded on. You know, my thing is you put a sound ordinance in. I didn't know I was going to preach. I don't plan on it. But you put a sound ordinance in. I think about when Jesus said he was coming back in the clouds of glory. Are you going to be the one to stand there and tell people that they can't shout? I mean, you think about it. Just because he comes back, you cannot pin things on people over one or two people. It's not an ordinance issue with the young lady that has the autistic child. It's not an ordinance
Madam
issue.
Chair.
Thank you for your time.
You're finished. Thank you.
Tara Dye. Tara Dye.
Hi, my name is Tara Dye. I'm from Cleveland. I'm here to speak against the noise ordinance. After listening to the complaints, it seems to me that these people are being harassed with noise just used as the means. If this passed, do you not think they'll find other ways, especially with 19 exemptions? This ordinance will solve nothing in these situations, but will further pit neighbor against neighbor. Once the police are gone and the judge has ruled, that person is still their neighbor. It has solved nothing and further deepened the divide between the households. Has the board reached out to the Sheriff's Department and Commonwealth's Attorney to try to figure out a solution that can be worked with the current harassment laws that are already on the books? Surely, with all these smart people we have and these laws, we could figure out a solution to the specific incidences without making some new blanket ordinance that will affect many and undoubtedly create new problems due to unintended consequences. I'd like to make a couple more points. First off, at last month's meeting, the crowd was discouraged from speaking if they were going to say something similar to someone who had already spoken. It seemed as though some members on the board were concerned with time. It shouldn't matter if everyone is saying similar things. They are here to voice their concerns and should be heard. It is reprehensible to discourage anyone in any way from speaking at these meetings. If these people are taking time out of their busy schedules to speak to you, you should take the time to listen. After all, that is your job as their representatives. One final point. We are concerned over this ordinance, concerned with government overreach and concerned about this board that seems to find new ways every few months to chip away at our personal freedoms. I'm tired of it and other people are tired of it too. Since you all have been elected, how many times have we all had to come here and pack the boardroom? How many times have we had to have board meetings moved to this very room because you all are considering doing something egregious? Make no mistake, members of the board, this county is going through an awakening. Business as usual is no longer acceptable. Government overreach will not be tolerated. I ask you all to do the right thing and vote against this ordinance. I also ask that you all put forth effort with the Commonwealth's Attorney and Sheriff's Department to come up with a solution for these people being harassed that doesn't restrict the freedom of every citizen of Russell County. Thank you.
BJ King.
Okay, most of you know I'm for it. You know, and I was really disappointed when I left here the meeting last month. Instead of helping or stopping as pastors and praying for that guy whose daughter was going in the fence, we just kept on going. That's not what pastors do. Pastors are supposed to be number one in the area. They're supposed to be pillars of the community. They're supposed to look after their community. You cannot close your eyes of what's going around you. This is not the same county as it was 200 years ago. These are not the same people that live in this county now. We absolutely have too many people raising Cain and using drugs. On my way from here last month, I want to tell you, I got to Rosedale to the church, and I pulled over, and I told God, I said, God, you want me to keep fighting this? Send me some kind of thing. We've all wanted God to send us a message. Well, God sent me 3 of them that week. One, I got to my house, I pulled underneath my carport cover, and just as I did, the state police in the county was pulling in my neighbors over there who've been partying all night, raising Cain. He'd went to a young girl's house. This isn't the first. I can give you 10 ladies.
Mr. King, address the board.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Anyway, when I got there, I didn't know what was going on. I just knew the sheriff and the state police was there. This guy had went after partying over there and threatened another young lady that if she didn't get in there and get underneath the bed right now, that they were going to come and get her. I know 10 ladies up around our area that this has happened. If you don't believe me, go up to Robin's grocery store. Talk to the poor clerk up there that's terrified to work at night. Talk to the other one that quit. Okay? You know, I talked to the sheriff's department. They signed my thing. The sheriff and all the deputies are for it because we're talking about going out more. Yeah, but at least they could do something. They told me until the noise ordinance passed, they can't do nothing, even if they're dealing in drugs. They said if this is passed, because you have to have something besides probable cause. Now, if it's passed, they can go to the door. And according to Mr. Combs, investigator, once they get there, if they open up the door, and there's no way, and there's something going on, there's drugs, they can do something. People, a lot of pastors jumped on this last month not knowing nothing. Well, let me tell you something. I think that's the way the devil does it. The devil gets his foot in there, and this is exactly what that is up there. That's the devil working. A lot of pastors here jumped on this like a duck jumping on a junk bug. That's the way I felt about it. I'm telling you, I don't usually get riled up. I try to behave, but this is a lot. If you had to live in my community and see these poor people up there going through it, I had one pastor told me it didn't matter, that the blood wouldn't be on their hands. Well, if it's not on your hands, it's in your community, whose hands is it on?
Mr. King?
Yes, ma'am. 3 minutes is up.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, but this noise ordinance needs to be passed. It needs to do it, not just for me,
Mr.
but
King.
for the safety of the community.
Okay, I'm asking you, you've had your first warning. Everybody, respectful, respectful. It's hard for us to hear in this room, so I appreciate it. If you all will keep it down, no whispering, you don't need to talk. Okay, Mr. James Nunley.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm James Nunley, live in Lebanon here. I do pastor Cedar Point Baptist Church. I do have quite a few concerns, just in general. Concerns over the easy removal of any kind of exemption without public notice. That's a concern for me. In regards to this being passed, why do we need a blanket ordinance to address a few isolated incidents? Specifically, a lot keeps an honest man out. I'm afraid if we do a noise ordinance, it'll just keep the honest folks more quiet, and those that don't care for it, they'll just keep on going. What's happening anyway? As Mr. Lester spoke to, it'll be a further exhaustion of overworked county deputies. We're already short-staffed, so that's obvious. The possibility of creating yet another monitor position and thereby impacting the taxpayers to the tune, I guess you would say, of almost $34,000 at a position. And then furthermore, the weaponization of it, as you've heard lots. But I just wanted to take a moment and address the comparison of assault versus the noise ordinance. I agree. I think assault should definitely stay on there. But one is illegal and one is not unless this passes by this board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nunley. Tara Knoll.
Thank you all for having us this evening. My name is Tara Knoll. I live in the Spring City area of Cleveland, Virginia. I'm speaking tonight for myself and my husband, Larry Knoll Jr., who could not be here for medical purposes tonight. He and I do oppose having this noise ordinance put into place and ask that you please vote no to this ordinance. We both feel that it would not only infringe on our rights as property owners, but our religious freedoms. For example, if I want to go out in my front yard and praise the Lord for the morning, I should not have to worry about my neighbors and what that they may be hearing or whatever and thinking Who is going to call the authorities because of what I have to say, or if I was being too loud? We are concerned that this will affect our local churches. We are aware that there have been some exemptions written for the church, but we are afraid that these will one day be voted out, and it will affect our rights to praise our Lord and to share his amazing love. This ordinance will also take away from our much needed resources in our community. Our county law enforcement officers will be tied up taking care of unnecessary, unwarranted calls for needless complaints, rather than being able to respond to medical emergencies, motor vehicle accidents, domestic violence calls, just to name a few. God's word tells us in Matthew 22:37 through 39, to love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy soul, and with all thy mind. And the first is the greatest commandment, and the second is like unto it. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Let us do this, and these discussions wouldn't be necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Donald Mitchell.
Well, I have to ignorantly say that I signed that paper back there not really knowing what it was. This is the first meeting that I've attended on this. So y'all can call me stupid if you want to or whatever. But I'd just like to say I'm against the ordinance. And I live in Ridgewood subdivision in Lebanon. And I have to say that all of our people that live in there respect one another. And the lady read the passage from the Bible a while ago. You know, if we love our friends and our neighbors, we're going to not make noise anyway. There might be times, maybe in emergency situations, we might have to do something late or do something a little early. But overall, I think we have respect for our fellow man and for our neighbors. And as far as pertaining to the churches, you know, if our church didn't have an amplification system in it, I wear 2 hearing aids, and I've lost 50% of my hearing. And if they didn't have that, I wouldn't know what was going on. I try to read lips, but I'm not very good at it. You can ask my neighbors around me and my wife, and friends. They have to repeat to me so many times I get ashamed of what's going on. But I'd just like to say I'm vote no against it for it.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. John Bush.
Say, first of all, Mr. Nunley failed to mention that he had 20 members from his church with a sign the petition against the ordinance. My name is Don Bush. I live in Belfast area of Russell County. I'm a registered voter, and I vote. I'm opposed to the passage of the proposed noise ordinance. I believe it is governmental overreach. I feel that it will do more harm than good to our county and its citizens. You cannot pass laws that will change the deviant and unkind actions of people. I understand the problem of those who have expressed the issues they have with their neighbors. I do not think this ordinance will help them with their grievances. Why do we need such a wide sweeping ordinance in an attempt to solve neighborly issues? We have a litter ordinance in this county, and as I understand it, a person hired to oversee it. But it has done nothing to stop the people in my community from cleaning out their cars and throwing the trash out the window. Just take a ride on 642 Belfast Mills Road off 19 and look at the litter. The ordinance has not changed their behavior. Only God can change a person and change their behavior. Many in Russell County have become leery and concerned about what can happen when there is too much governmental overreach. We have seen too many woke, asinine, and stupid laws and decisions from the federal government. We know there is little that we can do about the stupidity and greed in Washington, but we can and must start by getting involved in Russell County. And the recent transgender issue in the school system of our county has awakened a sleeping moral majority that will be heard, if not now, in November. People are becoming skeptical and afraid of what the government could and might do, in the interpretation of one word in this ordinance could change many ideals in it just by the misinterpretation of one word. And it would do the Russell County residents or Board of Supervisors would determine to decide what we're going to do when the federal government sends us our first busload of illegal immigrants. What will it do to our school system? What will social services do? Where will they live? There are more important issues than noise. Thank you for your service to our community and this forum in which we have given us the freedom to express our views. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Paul Herndon. Did I pronounce that correctly, Mr. Herndon? I hope. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name's Paul Herndon. I live in Clarks Valley 6, Swords Creek, Virginia. I think I'm the third generation of Herndons that's lived on the property that I live on. And I'm proud to say I live in the mountains here in Russell County, and hope to stay here. But I vote in Russell County also. And I want to say right off the bat that I'm against this ordinance. I think it's overreach. Now, I feel for these folks who's got the neighbors. I mean, it's real. Now, you know, I don't suffer from what they suffer from. That's real. And I wish we could push a button and fix it. But we live in a world now that apparently not enough people are true believers in the Bible and read the Bible and understand that you love your neighbors. If you love your neighbor, you got respect. It ain't about anything other than just doing the right thing. And we've got wicked people. I know them. Everybody here knows them. Some of them's probably family members. But I want to say I'm against it. And when I first heard this, I thought that that don't sound too bad. When I first heard it and kind of looked at it, I thought this don't sound bad. And then when I dug into it, and then I asked the question that red flagged me, I said, well, how many actual people has called in over the past year, has called in over noisy neighbors? And that's when I realized that it's a lot of overreach going on. Everybody says the wheel that squeaks is the one that gets the oil. I hate it for the people that's got a problem, but I do encourage you all. I feel very strong that this needs to be voted down. We've got other issues in our county. I was here the last time. They talked about losing about 10,000 people, and and the administrator talked about the budget and all that, and all good points made. But we need to be talking about what we can do to get jobs and get you interested in, because getting money into your county, doing things for the county and getting that revenue, people that spend taxes and stuff, that's important. And we have got to be able to take a stand against what our federal government might do. And some of this is going to fall to y'all. It's going to fall in your lap. I mean, there's going to be some tough decisions. It's not going to get easier, guys. It's going to get worse. But I appreciate your time, and I want to say that I am against this. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herndon. Very eloquently put. Sharon Herndon.
My name is Sharon Herndon, and I live in Swords Creek, and I am definitely against this. And I would like to tell you, I do go to church, but I also have a place in my home that I go to the woods to pray. If the Spirit comes by and blesses me to shout, I don't control that volume. And if my neighbor calls on me, then therefore I would be in trouble. But I don't think my neighbor would, but that's one of the reasons I would definitely ask all of you to please respectfully vote no on this ordinance.
Thank you, Ms. Herndon. Mr. Larry Hughes.
My name's Larry Hughes. I live in Lebanon, Virginia. I'm in Steve's district. As usual, I've never had my thoughts together, but I do want to thank the board for taking time to let me talk to you. And I think you have good intentions. I think that's there. But I want up front, I'm against this ordinance, and I'll tell you why. I think number one is why do we need to punish the whole county for a few people? You're trying to take a broad brush and punish us all for something a few people's done. And I can tell you, I've lived in a situation that our neighbors have done this very things to me and my wife. But okay, we got through it. But why should you? I ask you to honor your oath, protect my citizens, all the citizens, and my liberties. And then if you're passing this with this overreach, as I said, it's going to create some problems. Again, God gives us free will, and we choose to do or not to do things. And again, we can't change human nature. But maybe we do need some laws there. But why don't we exercise some of the existing laws we have? Again, if you go back down here and we talk about noise, what is noise? One person's noise is another person's joy. How about a coon hunter at nighttime? He's hunting at nighttime at 12 o'clock. I know the dog's not there, but to them that's noise. Now, it's not necessarily noise to me, or not noise. It's pleasure to them. For me, maybe a noise, but I don't complain of that. So we have to realize that things we may be doing is going to hurt a lot of people with good intentions, hurting people. Same thing happened in Washington County last year. I told you about that last month. We're dealing with. My question, and maybe our learned counsel will help us with this. Why isn't the law 18.2-415, which is disorderly conduct, that's a state law, why is not it enforced? What does the law tell us? Basically, it tells us, if I can get it here, it says a person is guilty of disorderly conduct if the intent is to cause public inconvenience, annoyance, or alarm, or reckless creating risk thereof. If we have the law on the books, why don't we enforce it when a person creates these problems? We say we can't do it, don't have no law. Well, there's laws on the books. Miss, if you look at that and correct me on that, I appreciate that. I know maybe it needs to be massaged a little bit to make it more pertinent for this, but I think what you're doing is wrong. And again, the question is, you said we got some we need ambient noise. What's ambient noise? What is the ambient level? 70? Normal office complex? 80, 85, maybe in a restaurant setting? What is it? You say, well, we do establish ambient or ambient noise. It may take, OSHA enforces safety issues for the health of workers. That's usually an 8-hour time weighted average of 85 decibels before you have to do anything. So at 85 decibels is what I can work and not be hurt my lifetime. But now you're telling me it's 10 degrees above ambient, or 10 decibels above ambient. What is the ambient? It's going to take. You can't do an ambient in 5 seconds or 5 minutes.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, but I do want you to think about those.
Gotcha. Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Lynn Hess.
My name's Lynn Hess. I'm from Swords Creek, Virginia, David Eaton's district. I'm pastor of Miller Creek Community Church. I also have a petition signed here. I have 28 members of my church that signed this petition that I represent here tonight that are all against this noise ordinance. I would like to say first off, after our last meeting, some of the pastors in this room received text from a board member. Unfortunately, I didn't get one of those texts, Ms. Wallace. So that just shows you there's a difference in who stands up here and speaks and who don't, because I participate in some more of these board meetings than what other people do. I think we all were to be heard the same, whether you've seen my face 100 times or whether you've seen my face one time. But I stand here tonight and I wanted to tell you about a case that I looked up. It was a noise ordinance case. It was in Virginia Beach. Virginia Beach passed a noise ordinance, and they cited a bar. And it was Virginia Beach versus Tanner. By them citing this bar, the bar took the city of Virginia Beach to court, and it actually made it all the way to the Virginia Supreme Court.
and the Virginia Supreme Court ruled it unconstitutional the way that it was written. It was too broad, too many exemptions. Well, Smith County, right across the road over here, our neighbors, across the mountain, had a similar situation come up. They passed a noise ordinance. Well, the Commonwealth's attorney said, we can't even enforce this noise ordinance because of the Virginia Beach ruling on the Supreme Court. And then Fairfax had the same thing come up in their county. They couldn't even enforce it because of the ruling of the Virginia Beach ordinance. So I want you to think about that, and then also I want you to look at 19.2-2. Let me put my glasses on so see 270.7, which determines the decibels of what a noise ordinance has. These machines has to be calibrated every year by the Virginia state government, which is of great expense to Russell County. Mr. Alonzo Lester just stood up here and told us how badly we're strapped for money across our county, that we can't even give the DSS department the money that's a surplus to them that worked other counties' load cases through COVID. Not only our load cases, but worked other counties' load cases. But we don't need to be hiring an officer now to go and enforce this noise ordinance. And that's what we'd have to do, is have another officer like we did for the litter ordinance. We'd have to have a noise officer to go around and tell people to be quiet. Like the rest of these people said, and they said, well, we put it that we don't need this ordinance. We're a rural county. We're not Fairfax. We are not a housing development, as I said last month. We live in a rural county, and we enjoy our rural county.
Thank you, Mr. Hess.
You're welcome, Ms. Wallace.
John Smith.
My name's John Smith, and I go to church in Russell County, and I come here tonight with one thing in mind, but after I've listened to your meeting, I've got three things I'd like to address to you guys. And so some of this is some food for thought. I'm a retired coal miner. I was a supervisor at Buchanan Mine. I worked with Mr. Hess. I was a supervisor there for 15 years. I was a supervisor underground coal mine for 20 years. All right. Now, with that being said, the Smiths, when they come across on the Mayfield, when they come across on the ship, every one of them, all the men served this country, defended this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And the United States Constitution was written in 1776, and it governs our laws. And that is all the law I need to let me know what God I need to serve, because this country was founded upon freedom of religion. They left England to come here because of religious persecution. These people are your ancestors. So you think about this noise ordinance before you pass it. Or if you vote on it, or if you vote it down. I've been praying you vote it down. But think about this. These people voted you in. You're sitting here talking about all this money. You know why you can't get nobody to work at the Department of Social Services? You don't pay them nothing. There ain't nobody wants to tell a kid, your mom and daddy don't love you. They love drugs more than they love you. It takes a special person to do that job for what you pay them. You know why you can't get no police officers to enforce the law? You don't pay them nothing. I've got 3 college degrees, 2 bachelors of arts and 1 bachelor of science. I decided to be an underground coal miner because it paid more. When I went to school, I learned that when I made more money, I lived better. That's common sense. Now here's some food for thought for you guys, supervisors. Let me give you some good advice as a supervisor. If I bossed those men at Buchanan, the way you have run this meeting tonight, we wouldn't have been able to flush the toilets in the bathhouse. Do your job. Uphold your oath. Be a supervisor. Make those hard choices. If you can't give the Department of Social Services that raise or that bonus, give them a pay raise so they can get people hired to do the job.
Smith, you're finished. Oh, by the way, could you
Ma'am,
give us your
if you
address,
want,
please?
if you want respect,
Could you give
you
us
need
your
to
address,
give
please?
respect. You don't demand it.
Could you give us your address, please?
My address is Pounding Mill. I live in Tazewell, but I come over here to speak for my constitutional rights. And I told you I will defend those
Thank
rights
you, Mr. Smith. We
against
appreciate
all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Travis Woods, you're up next.
You need to remember.
Thank
I
you,
hope
sir.
you respect your husband the way you respect these people, because if you do, that man there, bless
you,
his
sir.
heart, he's a good fella.
How you doing? I'm Travis Woods, Gravel Lick. Been on the same 26 acres for 46 years or better. My son and I, we've raced motorcycles and rode motorcycles on our property all that time, and never had a complaint from a neighbor, not one. And I don't want to see that become illegal with a vote here tonight. I'm not here looking for an exemption for off-road vehicles. I'm not here looking for exemption for the church. Praise the Lord. I'm here looking to tell y'all you need to vote this down. I'm against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis. Randall Smith.
I'll go ahead and tell you to save time. I'm Randall Smith off Gravel Lick, Virginia, the Casper District. And appreciate the board hearing me tonight. But I'm here against this ordinance, and got a couple of reasons why. But first of all, before we do that, Mr. King and Mr. Osborne I talked to last meeting. I do encourage them to seek civil restitution. If they're being damaged, that's the way to go. Seek civil restitution for it. Put a stop to it. And I think I'll ask the county attorney to address this later, but I don't think they have to violate a law to be civilly liable. So let that be gone. But anyway, I do encourage that. But the one thing that I did notice in here that really bothers me is the complaints. And it says no person should be charged with violating this ordinance unless the complainant appears before a magistrate. Okay, but it also goes, however, when a police officer is present during a violation, he can go ahead and institute actions. And I'm all for our sheriff's department. I think they are a role model for many other counties. But we need the potential for abuse in just that one paragraph with one bad officer or one bad situation. It's just not right. It's just not right. And there was another. Well, as far as the enforcement, the sheriff's office is the enforcement, but it also includes other employees as part of the enforcement. That's scary. Any county employee could be designated to take care of this. If any ordinance, one thing I noticed missing in this, any ordinance of this type, whether it be a harassment ordinance or whatever, it should include notification first.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
All right.
I apologize.
Give it 2 words. Notification first, then there should be some type of meeting between the two parties under the supervision of the sheriff's office or whatever. Then, if you have to cite someone, then let the judge
The attorney
decide.
will address that for you later. Thank you. Pastor Don, I'm getting better at this.
Madam Chair, thank you for hosting this meeting for us. You know, as I said last month, anything that has 19 exemptions in it needs to go. What we're hearing here is that the sheriffs can't do anything when they go to our complaint for Mr. King. But they can. The other thing is about this is that you're trying to legislate sin, and there is no law that can be passed that can legislate sin. Sin is in the human heart. You cannot pass a law that'll stop sin. But there are laws on the books. He can file a civil complaint. There's disorderly conduct. He can make a complaint, and as a chaplain for the police department here in Lebanon, when a complaint is made and I'm on the ride-alongs, we have to check out every complaint. It does put the officers in a predicament because police officers cannot make good neighbors, as Brother Joni already said. And I think everybody that's come here and spoke tonight is just letting you know that this is not something that this community needs or that this county needs, and I don't think anybody said it better than Sandy Hess did tonight, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Pastor Don. Jennifer Fletcher.
My name's Jennifer Fletcher. I live on Moxon, and thank you for letting me speak. I don't want to be here tonight. I should be home with my family, as should all of us. But I just want you to not vote this. We don't need more exemptions. We just don't need this law.
Thank you, Ms. Fletcher. Nate Kaiser.
The moment we've all been waiting for. All right. My name is Nate Kaiser. I live on Green Valley Road. I'm in Mr. Breeden's district. There are a few things brought up that the police say there's no options, nothing they can do. Virginia Code 18.2-419, assembly with another in a manner in which disturbing an individual's right to tranquility in their home. Mr. Keene, if there's anybody that is assembling with your neighbor, then that would be a violation of that Virginia code. And then also, if your neighbor is approaching you or giving you abusive language or insulting language, Virginia Code 18.2-416, that would be a violation of that code. Got that, Katie? All right. Now, moving forward. You are trying to pass an ordinance that is far-reaching and far bigger than any of the problems that these people have brought to you. It can be easily addressed in one code, which I Googled in about 3 minutes and found. The Virginia Beach Code for Disturbing the Peace, generally, is the way it's titled. It's code section 23-10 of the Virginia Beach Code. It says, it shall be unlawful and a class 1 misdemeanor for any person to disturb the peace of others by violent, tumultuous, or I don't even know how to say that word, ostentatious conduct. It means a nuisance conduct, or by threatening, challenging to fight, assault, fighting, or striking another. That right there, I encourage you to trash this ordinance, because that's exactly what it is, and adopt this. This would take care of and address all the problems that all these people have raised in this room tonight. It would take care of that problem right there. Nobody, if anybody's got a problem with what I just read as a disturbing peace, please stand up. All right, everybody's in favor of it. I think you should do that. Amen.
Wayne Hubbard.
My name's Wayne Hubbard. I'm from the Miller Creek section, Swords Creek. Mr. Eaton is my representative. And it's been appropriately pointed out before this board tonight that there are laws on the book to take care of Mr. King and the other complaints that we've heard here tonight. And a noise ordinance, as he pointed out, that his neighbors are distributing drugs and narcotics. There are laws on the book that is still illegal in the state of Virginia. However, we need to keep Republicans in power in Richmond, or the Democrats may legalize that. I don't know, but I would fear they would. But this noise ordinance, why do you want to punish the 26,000 plus citizens in the county of Russell that have no problem for the few that do? We don't need this ordinance. It's not going to address drug distribution. It's not going to address illegal activity. If there's that kind of activity going on, why in the world is Russell County or the state of Virginia State Police or the Russell County investigators not on the scene and taking care of this? They get paid and they're on salary and they're on payroll to take care of these kind of things. If they're selling drugs, go stop them. You take them to jail for selling drugs, they can't make noise at his residence no more. It's that simple. It is that simple. So we have investigators. Are they on this complaint? Are they understanding that they're selling drugs? And that's just one complaint. I understand that. But there's very few complaints. And I appreciate the fact that y'all give us this hearing. I requested this last month, and y'all did it. And I appreciate it. But as you can see, this is not popular in Russell County. And I assure you, the next person that runs for supervisor at large that says, I will repeal this noise ordinance if it's voted in, they will get all of our votes.
Thank you, Mr. Hubbard. Next on our list is Cameron Shelton.
I'm Cameron Shelton from Swords Creek. And let this be a lesson that if you show up late to the sign-up sheet, all the good things to talk about are gone. So I will just say that I would ask you to vote no on this. And I'm thankful for the opportunity to get up here and speak to my elected officials. I think that's a beautiful thing that we have in America that we should all cherish and appreciate, that to have this opportunity to speak in front of y'all. And that's it. It's all been covered as far as I can tell. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Cameron. Judy Shelton.
Jody.
I am so sorry. Please excuse me.
I'm like my son. That's what happens when you show up late.
Your ink pen ran out of ink on that O.
Well, my son wrote my name down, so he probably set me up.
I apologize.
Okay. But I thank y'all for allowing me the opportunity to speak here tonight. My name is Jody Shelton. I'm from Swords Creek area of Russell County. Peanuts, Miss Reeton's my representative. I'm going to kind of talk for the ones that can't be here tonight. I'm kind of going along a different line. I do go against this noise ordinance. I do feel for Mr. King. I hope that there are laws on the books that can take care of what he's his need, and I think all of us together as a church, we ought to pray for his situation and everything, because if the law enforcement can't do it, we all serve a God that can, take care of this problem. But, like I said, I live in the Swords Creek area of Russell County. I'm a member of Harmony Community Church and a veteran. I was deployed to Mosul, Iraq in 2004 to fight against a dictator and to defend and preserve the freedoms and rights we've loved and cherished for so long here in America. The old saying, you don't know what you have until it's gone, is true. When I left for Iraq, my son, who stepped up here before I did, he was 12 years old. And my daughter, she just had turned 7. They were the most important things in my life. I lost over a year with them when I was deployed. And I'd do it all again. I'd go again, if it made sure that they'd never had to face what I had to go through when I was over there. And I'd do it for you. People that served, that's exactly what they did. And if any of you board members served, I want to thank you for serving. But it seems like here we are again. It feels like I'm fighting and defending those same rights that that the Constitution of the United States and the Bill of Rights, that our forefathers fought so long ago to assure that we have. And but it seems like that we're here again tonight trying to fight for those same rights, to preserve those same rights. On December 21st, 2004, while I was in Iraq, a suicide bomber walked into our chow hall in Mosul. Some of you might remember that. At 12:02, he stood up, yelled Allah Akbar, and blew himself up. He killed 22 people, wounded 72 others. Some of those people wounded live in this county and our surrounding counties. Two of the men killed that day, one of them was 21-year-old Nicholas Mason. One of them was 21-year-old David Rowan. They served in my unit. They were good. They were good men, and I think about them often. But there's been a lot of men and women that's came and gone that's gave so much for our freedom and rights. And if you give me just 1 minute, I'll finish up. I promise.
I promise. I'm cutting it off.
They paid the ultimate price. They paid the ultimate price, and they gave their all for these freedoms and rights that we have. I got just one paragraph and I'm finished. And now us and y'all, without sacrificing anything and sitting here, with a swipe of the pen tonight, y'all can take one of these freedoms away from us. And I hope y'all look at everybody that's sitting here tonight and think twice before you do this. There's millions of men and women that paid the ultimate sacrifice. They gave their lives so that we can enjoy the freedoms and the rights that we have today. And they never got to grow up.
Thank you, Mr. Shelton.
They never got to have a family.
Thank you, Mr. Shelton.
Please think about
Gina Kraut. Gina Kraut.
That means we're at the end, right? Wasn't I the last name? I even had to get my dog. Hi, everybody. Hi, I'm Gina Kraut, and I live in the town of Lebanon. And believe it or not, I am supporting this. And I understand, and it's been said, that it probably will involve the town, where we are living closer to one another and maybe not so much in the rural. And we may never use it. Okay. It's my bad that I didn't read it. And I hear the word said it's very far-reaching. But and someone over there said that the case of the autistic girl is very real. Now, everybody's talking about rights. Rights. And I have a right, not that this is really happening for me, but to quiet enjoyment. So if we use the example of music, and yes, you have a right to listen to the music you choose. And when it crosses the property line to my property and is interfering with my family and my enjoyment, well, I also have a right. And my right is no less than that person's right. Isn't that right? Yeah, thank you. And sometimes people will say, well, it's not your business. But the minute it comes across the property line and is in my backyard, you've given it to me. It is my business now. Now, I'm going to tell you that I think we're getting a little extreme. I just don't see this thing being a big bomb. I see this thing being lovely for people who are having a problem and need a little help, because handling this yourself can be contentious. And nobody wants ugly situations with neighbors. Nobody wants that. And so, oh, thank God, so many of you have wonderful neighbors. I do too, but some people don't. And I think it would be wonderful, even if it's a community committee or a council, to have some place to go for perspective, for standard, for mediation, for negotiation. And there be it. Over and out.
Thank you, Ms. Kraut. Now that does bring us to the end of the comments for the noise ordinance. I would not skip over your name. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to ask that anybody's name that I didn't call, if they would like to come up and speak, you are more than welcome to. Mr. Dameron, you have the floor. I do ask that you please show respect to our speakers. Thank you.
I thank each and every one of you for allowing me to get up here. I'm Pastor Stephen Dameron. I pastor the Clarks Valley Church of Swords Creek over in Clarks Valley. Peanut eating is my constituency, if you want to, whatever you want to call it. But I thank the Lord that Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, and I serve Him the way that He allows me to. And on this, I've heard a lot of different people talk about a lot of different things. And Mr. Keene said that we're not the same people we was 250 years ago, but we still serve the same God that we served 250 years ago. And if it wasn't for the churches, you wouldn't have the rights that you have today. I thank God for all our soldiers that's ever fought in any battle for our rights as Americans. But if it wasn't for the hand of God working through His children, we wouldn't be here today. We wouldn't have these rights. And a lady got up here a while ago and she said, I should be at home with my family. We all should be. We should never have reached this. This is government overreach. We're just a small county. We don't need a noise ordinance. We've lived all of our life without one. I've never seen a time whenever a church could interrupt someone's day and they want to call the law on it. I would invite somebody to come into our church when the Holy Ghost is moving and try to stop it. I praise the Lord that He's our Lord and Savior, and we answer to Him first and then to man. The Bible says to obey the law, or to obey them that have the rule over you as much as lieth in you. When it comes outside of that, we put God first. We'll praise Him the way that we're supposed to praise Him, in spirit and in truth, for that's what He seeketh, to worship Him. I hate it for the people that's got the child with the sickness. And I hate it for you, Mr. King, that you suffer the things you do. I hate this. I hope you vote it down. I hope you say no. Over a few complaints, you can't stop the whole county from enjoying things. I mean, this gives neighbor against neighbor. Somebody's sighting in their rifle. All neighbors got to do is call the law, bring them in, try to put a stop to it. I don't want my house to be measured by decibels by somebody else. I paid for my land. I pay my taxes. I've got a right to do with my church and my house as I see fit in the eyes of God. I thank Him for the freedom that He gave me and the rights that He gave me. I believe that y'all all make the choice. Before you vote, I don't want, between you and God's your business. How many of you claim to be a Christian? How many of you claim to do the right thing? It's God first. Everybody that's sitting in these seats, God's before that seat. God's before your rights to vote against somebody else's. It's God first, people second. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Dameron. All right, I'm going to ask, is anyone else? Yes, sir. Come on up. We've got this gentleman's coming right here. You'll have to wait just to get in line behind him if you don't mind.
And here, I just think it's a bad thing. They civil lawsuits to take care of all these problems that we're going to throw on everybody. We're going to put it on everybody's back because of this, and it's an overreach. It's completely an overreach. We've got laws on the books for keeping your place clean. It ain't enforced. I mean, I've been told it was going to be done, but it ain't never got done. Luann knows what I'm talking about. She knows what I'm talking about. All I'm saying is this is an overreach. I've never had no problem with people. I don't see this. I can't see it. We're not a big city. I don't live in a city. And here you're going to say I'm running my chainsaw. Neighbor don't like it. Well, they're going to call. They're going to come see me. That's crazy. Well, I'm going to mow my yard. That's my business. I am a taxpayer. I never owed nobody nothing that I didn't pay. But I'm telling you right now, this is the wrong approach to take. I'm telling you, y'all are going to be reelected if you get a change. But I'm telling you, this is not good. It's just not good for this county. It's not good at all. And I thank you.
I am.
Luann.
Thank you, Mr. Elam.
Yeah.
My name's James Davis. I attend the Swords Creek Block Church, and I live in Maple Gap. If this noise level go through, what are we going to do about these trucks? Are you going to come up to the house, and you're going to say, okay, now we're going to stop these trucks to James because it's bothering your house? I don't think that you can. And I think the best thing we can do right now is to eliminate this, stop this noise or right now. We need this stopped. Because I attend the church, at the block church, we was outside almost a year having outside services. I'm sure there's times that people went by and they probably heard us. I hope they did. I hope and pray to the Lord they did. But if we ever stand for something right now, let's stand for something right. Let's stand for the Lord. I thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'm Wanda Burke. I live here in the town of Lebanon. I'm coming to speak because I know my husband right now would be furious with me if I didn't. He is a Lebanon resident. This is where he has lived his life. We moved back here about 16 years ago. He loves Lebanon. But I think probably most of you know who he is. He's going to hold everybody accountable. That's what he believes in. He will stand for what he believes in. And he told me before I came in here tonight to tell you all no. There's a point to stepping on all of us. A church, especially, should never be stepped on. And everybody that does is going to stand before the good Lord and take accountability for that. It's not just about the churches. It's about everything. And like they said, I agree. There are people here that have bad neighbors. I've had them. I don't now, but I have. But you have to deal with it. There's ways to deal with it without this. But I'm just going to say that for both of us, I will stand here and just say that we oppose this. Y'all are here because you were elected to be put in this place. Y'all can be unelected to be in this place. And I think this kind of shows it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. You sure can. Just give me your name.
I wasn't going to say that. Last time over here, they said I got out of order, so I apologize for that to start off. But what I got upset over.
Your name, please, sir.
Chester Ball. I live on Ecker.
Thank you.
But what upset me, I don't know about you all, and I guess a lot of them pays a lot more taxes than I do. But I just had come over here, paid $700 and some in taxes, most of it land taxes. And then I come up here, and they tell me when I can and can't mow and weed eat and stuff like that. And didn't every one of you all help me pay my taxes? Every one of you. But I had to do it. All right. In 6 months, I'll be coming back paying them again. Now, where do you all get your money from? Does it come from taxes? Is that where it comes from? Huh? Is that where your money comes from? Tax people? Look back through here. How much tax money's back through there? And you pay stuff like this, and But these people start moving out of here, and that's going to hurt everything. But I think it's sad when you come over here and you pay your taxes, and then you walk in here and they say you can't mow weed at a certain time. I think that's pretty pitiful. And again, the churches needs to be left alone. That's between them and God. That ain't up to me and you. But I just wanted to say that it's bad when you pay your taxes, come over here and they say you can't do this and you can't do that. And nobody helps pay them. But that's what I had to say.
Thank you, Mr. Ball. Anybody else?
I'm from Swords Creek, under Mr. Eaton's district. I don't have a lot to say. It's already been said. And I think probably most of you done made up your mind before you got here how you was going to vote. But I want to make a comment. You look behind me and you see all these people in red. The red doesn't represent a political party. It represents stop. Don't do this. That's why we have on red tonight. We're saying no to this. When I was in school, I was taught the majority rules. You've had two meetings to talk about this issue, and both times the majority has said no to this. The majority is saying no. Listen to the majority. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Tammy.
I'm Benjamin Price from Belfast. Rebecca Dye's my supervisor, and I think we had spoke on the phone, you remember? And I just wanted to point out that, do you remember what you told me? You said you were going to vote the way that what your people says, and I just wanted to make sure that was here. And I'm completely against it. I know she was wearing red. I'm not wearing green. I'm not wearing red either, but I'm against it. So please, I encourage everybody to vote no. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Anybody else? Anybody else? All hearts clear? Then I'm going to close the public hearing for the noise ordinance of Russell County. All right. Moving along is the approval of minutes. I need a motion to approve the minutes from the last board meeting of March. Do I hear an approval?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I'm having a hard time hearing down here, so Mr. Breeding gave me a motion. I'll take a second from you, Mr. Christian.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, next thing we're working on is the approval of expenditures for payment. I need a motion for that. We're going to pay the bills.
So moved.
All right, thank you, Mr. Eaton. I need a second.
Second.
Got a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now we come to the citizens' comment period, and I apologize to those who came, and we're still working on this. So, Ms. Couch, are you still in the room? I'm sorry, come on up.
On behalf of the Russell County Kids Fishing Day, we hadn't got to have it in the last 3 years due to 2019, they had the reconstruction of the bridge, and then the last 2 years was COVID. And you all have always been really good to donate to us. We have been doing fundraisers and other things to make money on our own, but the Board of Supervisors, y'all have been real good to donate, and you usually give us like $300. And I was just wondering if maybe y'all would consider that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Couch. Yes. Have you got enough for everyone? All right, thank you so much.
Mr. Lester, is that in the budget?
We do it every year, so traditionally, I'm going to use that word again. Yes, sir.
I will remind the board that Mr. Ray, who represents a lot of things and is very much in tune with the Kids Fishing Day and very supportive of it, is not here. So,
And he
Mr.
has
Breeding,
donated to
I'm
it.
going to lean on you. I'm leaning on you, Mr. Breeding. I'd appreciate it. I'm looking for one.
I'll make a motion that we support this in the amount of $300. Is that?
Yes, sir. And not to speak for Mr. Ray, but he's going to donate too, so that'll give more for the kids an opportunity. He pulled some out of his discretionary funds.
Okay, so I have a motion from Mr. Breeding. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Got a second from Mr. Eaton. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Couch.
Since Carl's not here, can I make a motion to give his money? Yes, sir. How much you need?
3,000.
All right, moving on. Do we have any constitutional officers here for their reports? All right. I'm moving on to the county attorney reports and requests. Ms. Patton.
Yes, Madam Chair, and you want me to, I did take notes during the public hearing on the noise ordinance. Do you want me to try to address some of the questions and concerns that were brought up?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know a lot of people had similar concerns, but I'm just going to try to go through my list, so bear with me. The first speaker, and this one was a common issue that was brought up about weaponizing it against neighbor. I did, briefly address that, and I understand there's been a few people that have pointed out my analogy of assault and this ordinance. I think it can be true. I mean, there's no way that we could ever write this ordinance or probably any law that protects people against other people that could not be weaponized. I mean, that's really all I can say to that is, so that's, as far as like a quick solution that there's a way to rewrite it to stop that, I don't think you can do that. I don't think you could do any law like that would not be weaponized. Assault, trespass, anything that's, person against person. And if somebody has a way, I'm definitely all ears. I'm definitely always willing to learn, but I don't think that issue can just go away. Another concern was that it would violate the First Amendment rights, because, and I think there's been a lot of discussion about amplification and sound. And what I just want to generally say, and this can definitely be expounded on a lot, but the First Amendment is not completely absolute. There are time, manner, and place restrictions, which is what this ordinance would fall under, where it says that you cannot do certain things at certain places or certain times. And those restrictions are constitutional if they're narrowly tailored. And that's why when you see and you read case law on noise ordinances and things like that, you'll see the word vague and hard to understand. And that's why that's there, is because it has to be, because the First Amendment is such a precious right. Anything that restricts it has to be narrowly tailored. And that's one of the reasons for this specific ordinance, as opposed to a more broad one that doesn't have exemptions or doesn't spell out things, is that to pass constitutional scrutiny, it does have to let people know what they can and can't do, and be narrowly tailored to protect that interest. And so this is what, in my opinion, the language does do. There are challenges, legal challenges to various laws every day, and that's sort of the checks and balance system to make sure that the laws are narrowly tailored. This is an ordinance that is already in effect in Albemarle County, and I'm not aware. There could be changes, and they may update their ordinance from time to time. But the specificity of this ordinance is what, in my opinion, helps make it narrowly tailored. Let's see. Let me get down to the exemptions, because I know there was some questions that had to do with those as well. Initially, there was a question over exemption J about protected expression under the First Amendment, but not amplified. It seemed like there was a little bit of confusion that because that exemption's there, that would also apply to the religious, and that could not, the religious services, which meant they could not be amplified. But the way that specific language works in an ordinance is the specific language overrides the more general language. So the exemption under L, under all county religious services, religious events, or religious activities, including but not limited to musical equipment, singing, bells, chimes, and organs, which are part of such service, event, activity, or expression. That means in any form, and it means it's exempt, and the decibel level doesn't apply. The amplification doesn't apply. The amplification would be for other protected speech in certain situations. So nothing else in the ordinance would somehow diminish from that religious exemption. Let's see. And again, I'm only addressing the legal concerns. I know there were several concerns brought up, and I can only give you legal advice.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry. Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith, is that his name? Mr. Smith, you're out of order. Please find your seat. Thank you. Ms. Patton, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was one concern about dogs. That is clearly, barking dogs are clearly exempt. So that's not an issue. There was again a lot of people concerned with how it would affect churches and religious activities, but because of exemption L, that all of that is protected. All of those concerns are addressed. As I stated at the last meeting, in the language that Albemarle County had originally in their ordinance, was that First Amendment speech was protected, which would have encompassed religious services, but out of a consideration to make it more clear, we added that language that we pulled from another locality, Blacksburg's noise ordinance, to make it more clear that all religious activities would not be subject to this noise ordinance and would be exempt. So that was added. So all of those, in my legal opinion, all of those concerns are addressed because it would not apply to any of that. There would not be any violations for, even if they exceeded the decibel levels that are provided for in the ordinance. Another concern was that I guess while there might be some comfort that there are exemptions, that they could be easily removed, but that is not correct. If the board does adopt this ordinance, if it ever decided to amend any part of the ordinance pursuant to Virginia Code 15.2, 1427, it would have to be the proposed amendments would have to be advertised in a newspaper for 2 successive weeks before it could be considered by this board. So it's not something that the board could just decide one day, well, we're going to pass a motion to amend this. It would have, public notice would have to be given. I know it was brought up by a few individuals about potential other laws, and I've tried to pull them up as we've gone. The statute that criminalizes disorderly conduct is 18.2-415, and the reason that is not helpful in Mr. King and other situations is because that only applies to when you're in public. You have to be on public property for that to apply. And so when a person is in their home on private, or not even their home, just as long as they're on private property, there's nothing that the police officers can do to charge them with disorderly conduct. So that is why that cannot be used in that way. Another code section I think that was brought up was 18.2-419, and I've looked that up. I was not familiar with that code section. Its title is picketing or disrupting tranquility of home, and it says any person who shall engage in picketing before or about the residence or dwelling, or shall assemble with another person or persons in a manner which disrupts an individual's right to tranquility in his home shall be guilty of a Class 3 misdemeanor each day on which a violation of this section occurs shall constitute a separate offense. So that's really not going to encompass all the things that a noise ordinance is going to do. I mean, a lot of times the complaints that you're talking about are excessive noise, not someone assembling or standing outside your property protesting, which is what that statute is for. So, in my opinion, I don't think that would help alleviate the concerns that this ordinance has been designed to address. Let's see. Apologize. Let me go back. The other code section that was brought up was 18.2-416, and that's punishment for using abusive language to another. Again, we call that a curse and abuse statute, and again, that's going to only encompass someone using foul language. It's not going to encompass excessive noise and disturbances like that. So, again, I don't feel that that's going to be a solution to the problem that was put forth. Another, and I've just briefly read it. I tried to, if people brought up code sections or case law, I did try to look up Tanner v. Virginia, and that was a challenge to, or Virginia, I'm getting it wrong. Virginia Beach, City of Virginia Beach. I did read that, and it was a challenge to the noise ordinance. And as I skimmed through it, let me see, the reason that they did decide that was constitutional is because it was vague, and it did not give fair notice as to what would have been a violation of the ordinance. And because the general part was vague, the court did decide that the whole ordinance had to be read in conjunction with that, and so that it was, and it was, you could determine what would offend a reasonable person, as opposed to what we have tried to do here with decibel levels and clear actions that would cause a violation. So just a brief reading of this, I think the ordinance that was under attack there is very different from the one that we're considering today. Let's see.
Was that the 23-10 that Mr. Kaiser addressed?
No, I'm not familiar with that ordinance, and I think that was a separate ordinance from what I understood. I don't even know if that was a noise ordinance, but it was Virginia Beach, but I don't know that it was their noise ordinance.
It was just strictly theirs, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
my understanding from what he said, it wasn't law, it was the ordinance that they've enacted. And I did write it down, but I have not had a chance to read that. The case I was citing, I think Mr. Hess had brought up, the Tanner v. City of Virginia Beach. Another concern is about, I guess, the complaint process. How I do envision most of the enforcement would be in the presence of a police officer who has the proper machinery under the ordinance to measure the decibel sound levels. However, a private individual, if they did choose to possess that equipment and also have it calibrated and pursuant to the ordinance, could go take a complaint. But part of that process, just like any other for assault or trespass, is that you go to the magistrate and you swear under oath under penalty of perjury that something happened. So that would be a way. That's not, again, that's not uncommon. People do that for trespass, and for assault, they're allowed to go to the magistrate and and swear out a warrant for that. And that's how that process works. I think that covers most of the legal questions that were brought up during citizens' comment. But I'm happy to try to answer any questions the board would have that I may have missed.
Okay. The county, where it was addressed that it was strictly just a county religious service, could you interpret how that statement?
Well, yes. In my opinion, the reason it says all county religious services is this ordinance would only apply in the county. It actually, we can't enforce it in the towns, and they can choose to have their own noise ordinance. So that means any religious activity occurring in the county would be subject to this ordinance, and obviously the ordinance would not have any effect in, beyond our jurisdiction. So I didn't really see. I mean, you could put all religious services. You could take county out. I mean, that's definitely that's a word preference choice in my opinion. It would not do anything to the actual meaning of it, in my opinion, because again, you can only enforce it under the jurisdiction which you have power over. So, and that would be the county.
Okay, and if I may, while we're having this conversation, the town of Lebanon does have a noise ordinance, correct?
That is my understanding. Yes.
Okay, so there is a noise ordinance that functions within the town of Lebanon. So those of you that live in the town of Lebanon or have churches in the town of Lebanon, you are functioning under a noise ordinance currently. Is there anything else that you need to tell us from that as far as legal?
Again, I'm happy to answer any questions, especially if the board members think I have missed one. I tried to take good notes and tried to cover everything. Again, a lot of the concerns are similar, and as far as from a legal standpoint. But the way that the ordinance is written, there would be no violations for any religious activity. That's all covered. There's no. It says all county religious services. So.
Okay, so any board members have any questions of our county attorney while we're here? All hearts clear on that one? Okay. Then we're going to just go ahead and move on because we need to take under consideration the notes that we've been given and the names. I do ask you to bring, Mr. Smith, I will recognize you, but no, we don't normally do this. Mr. Smith asked about seeking civil damages concerning, there's some law that you're referring to, I'm assuming.
There is some nuisance civil law. I'm not really prepared to speak on all of the nuances of that, although I will say generally when you undertake civil litigation, the concern that would be there would be the cost to the individual, and also the issue when you go to civil court, the issue would be damages and collecting monetary damages for the money for your I guess pain and suffering. It's not exactly how I wanted to say it, but collecting money for that. So I mean, you could have individuals that you could get a judgment against, and they could never pay it. So I mean, there's concerns for that. Injunctions are possible to get. They're hard to do in that situation. So I won't say. I mean, there are civil remedies, but they're not. It's kind of like it's. I also look at it as trespass. Trespass you can sue somebody civilly for. It's also a crime that you can go to the magistrate and have the court determine it, and so that's kind of the way it is. So to say that there's no remedy is not accurate. But I mean, a lot of times civil litigation, especially something of that nature, can be very costly. So that's the concern on that level.
Okay, thank you. Board members, anybody else? We're good. Okay. We do have some more information that we need to put into the packet for the noise ordinance. I've got a sheet or 3 or 4 of names that wants to be added into the minutes. If you have any comments or anything that you need to have added into this, please see Mr. Lester and have it added into the minutes, so it'll be recorded for us. And I'm just going to move on to the PSA resolution.
Madam Chair, there's a resolution that the board has before it. When we consolidated the 2 PSAs, Russell County PSA and Castlewood Water and Sewage Authority, part of that was that the Russell County Board of Supervisors would set any compensation to be received by the board members. That's something that we have not done. The Russell County PSA recently voted to limit their payment for their services to $200 per month. And so the resolution that you have before you is just basically to confirm that if that's what the board is comfortable with, because technically it requires your approval. I think they've been operating like this for the last couple of months, that's the most that any board member can be compensated for their services, as opposed to $200 per meeting, which I think they were doing before. So this would just be a resolution adopting what that board has already adopted.
Okay, so do I hear a motion to adopt this resolution on behalf of the request of the PSA? All right, Mr. Breeding has made a motion. I need a second.
I'll second it.
Mr. Eaton, any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Also, tonight we heard the renewal of the fairgrounds lease. I have that in my hands to sign immediately and make it legal for the fairgrounds. So I'm going to entertain a motion that we accept the fairgrounds renewal lease after 10 years, I think, or 20 years or 30 years, that I think we're safe to say we can do another 10. So this is for another 10 years. Anybody want to make a motion for that?
I'll make a motion.
Mr. Lovelace?
I'll second.
Already took her back.
Yes, we do have our dollar. Everyone support the fair, please. All right, all in favor?
Well, discussion, real quick.
Oh, discussion.
Yeah, I got one thing. I brought this up years ago. I know the town of Honaker has a Christmas parade and the 4th of July. When I served on the town council, we considered them town events so we could help cover the expense and cost of the insurance and stuff to provide those things. I brought this up numerous times. It seems to me like this is actually a county event, hosting a fair for 7 days, and I know they're paying in regards of $14,000, $15,000 for insurance just to have a 7-day event. And I don't understand why, if we considered it a county event, why we can't subsidize that. And I know it's something to do with VACO and that, but you would think that if the towns, municipalities could do it, the county could do it. I mean, I'm just bringing that out.
That's a great point, Mr. Eaton. We have a motion and a second, so we're in discussion. Mr. Lester, I'm going to call on you. Can you address that, or do you want to do some research?
Yes, Madam Chair. In the previous years, that had came up as a concern, like Mr. Eaton pointed out. As the fairgrounds as a whole, on what activities that we do and events that we have, the normal activities are covered under our VACO general liability insurance. It is a county-owned facility. It is county-owned land. Now, if you have an event that is high risk, if you have bronco busting, as the county, as our job is, we got to ensure that the event holder has insurance on the liability, so they don't come back on the county. We can't pay for the risk that if he's having an event, that they'll end up suing the county. So protection that we have in place is if it's a high-risk event or even a medium-risk event to a high-risk event, we ensure that the event holder takes place. Because usually, majority of the time that these external events that happen is they're making money on the fees, so they can afford to pay the insurance. And that's basically what we do. We try to circumvent and reduce the cost to the fairgrounds immensely. I mean, and not just to point out like Donna did when she was standing here. If just invite you, we have remodeled it. We did $250,000 worth of grant funds, all funds, to update it. It is gorgeous. You will be very, very proud of the fairgrounds and what we have done. But again, we have to protect the citizens on those high risk, medium risk events.
Well,
and I would be willing to work event by event with the fairgrounds. That way they would know which ones they would not incur any cost other than what is required or needed.
okay. Mr. Eaton, are you good with that?
Yeah, if he would have had a discussion with them to identify these, because I know what he was discussing as far as the bull riding, they have to provide their own insurance. The ones that come in to the event, they have their own insurance.
Yeah, the ones that have their
and
own
then they carry the fairgrounds as a
separate. Yes.
So what I'm saying is, I don't understand why the fair. I'd like to see them be able to reduce the rates to get into the fair, and if we can help them save money, so people will have access to it. It's pretty expensive to go, and I'm just looking at a way to drive down the cost for attendance to be able. If we can save them $15,000, maybe they could just do a lot cheaper admission and get more people to come, more crowds. That's just what kind of I'm looking at. But if you'll discuss that with them and see how we can work together to cut some of that cost, I think it would help.
Absolutely. I'll be glad to.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to give them a renewal lease. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Patton, operational medical director contract.
Yes, Madam Chair. This is a contract that we previously had with Dr. Rexroad, and when he retired, we needed to fill this spot. This is a volunteer contract, so no county funds are being used. That's why you are not going through the Virginia Public Procurement Act, because it's on a volunteer basis. Lonzo has spoken with the individual, my understanding, who's willing to serve, and I did revise this contract a little bit, but I'm asking the board to approve this contract so that you will have an OMD, which you are required to have.
So moved.
Got a motion and a second? Got a second. All in favor? All right, moving on to the CIFA bylaws.
What about the animal show?
Oh gosh,
Sorry,
I'm on the wrong one again.
This is, Madam Chair, this has to do with the property that the Board of Supervisors previously purchased for the animal shelter property. We had previously gotten an easement right of way from Mr. Leonard, and part of the negotiations on behalf of the board through the county administrator was that in giving us the easement that he gave us, that the board would give an easement across the property, because he owns property adjoining on both sides, that would be in consideration. There was some delays due to COVID getting that taken care of. Mr. Leonard did take care of all the cost in obtaining the survey and all of that. But when the board conveys any interest in property, even just a right of way, you do have to have a public hearing. So I'm asking the board to set a public hearing for May to consider that grant of a right of way, which again was in consideration for the one that we received.
I'll make a motion to have a public hearing in regards to these.
I have a motion. I need a second.
Second.
Have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
And I'm sorry, any discussion on this? I think we discussed this a couple of years ago. All right. moving forward, SIFA bylaws.
Yes, Madam Chair. SIFA is the Cumberland Industrial Facilities Authority, which Russell County is a member of. It's basically a regional IDA. And so recently, SIFA did take in Dickinson County as a member, and so we had to, the SIFA board did have to amend their bylaws to change, to allow for Dickinson County to be in, and change how voting and how the chairperson and the vice chair would be appointed. So that has been done. The SIFA board has approved this, but the Russell County Board of Supervisors, as a member of SIFA, does have to individually approve their bylaws.
I'll make that motion.
See.
Okay, well, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this? Okay. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. County Administrator, Mr. Breeding, you have something?
Yes, ma'am. I think, since all these people have been waiting around here, maybe we ought to, even though Carl's not here tonight, he's sick, maybe we ought to just go ahead and vote on this noise ordinance.
So are you ready to put a motion on the table?
I'm going to make a motion that we table indefinitely this noise ordinance. Essentially do away with it. And that's based on what I've heard. Our whole function in having these public hearings, because we don't know what you guys want until you come out and tell us, And it's not you against us. We're trying to do our job and represent our districts, So I've tallied up the comments, the for and against in my district, and I'm good to.
Well, I'll second it.
So I just want to trash this ordinance and do away with it.
Okay.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. So I will say we're in discussion, and I did talk to Carl earlier, and I said that I know he's sick. So just full disclosure here that he's not representing his district. So I have no idea where all that stands. And if you guys want to push it forward and go with the motion, we'll run this thing and see where it goes. So I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion?
We need to do a roll call.
I'm going to do a roll call vote. All right, Oris.
I'll be voting
On a noise ordinance or no noise ordinance? Up or down?
I made a motion to trash the noise ordinance, to do away with it.
Completely. And I second it.
So a yay vote means you're in favor of doing away with it.
Rebecca.
I've got to abstain just because I want Carl to be here. I mean, I know what I would say, but I'm going to be fair to him.
David.
I've already seconded it.
Your vote, please.
I'm against it.
I'll vote yes. I want to trash it.
Okay, so David's a yes. You're a yes. Oris is a abstention. Rebecca's an abstention. Tim.
I'm a yes.
And I'm a yes. Motion carries. Thank you all for coming.
Can I say one thing? This is the way government works. I wish you guys would come out to every meeting. We maybe wouldn't have to go through this. The way this thing started, we had people coming and they had problems. We were trying to address those problems, but it just kind of mushroomed down into a bigger issue. So get involved, be involved.
I gotta go to the bathroom, Madam Chair. Can we take about a
minute break?
Madam Chair, you want to take a break?
Yes, we'll take a break.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
business of the county finished. Huh? I'm on. All
Are you
right.
up? Yes. Live.
We're reconvening our big long recess. That was a long time. Mr.
Hang
King,
on,
thank you.
Mr.
We're
King.
back in session now.
Hang on, Lou. I'm giving him my telephone number.
Okay.
Sorry. Hate
That's
to do
okay.
that.
Our telephone numbers for anybody that needs to text, call, or anything is listed on the county website. You're welcome to call any of us, text us at any time. Ask any questions. We'll tell you what we
How are
can.
you, sir?
All right. We're going to the county administrator reports and requests. That's the Russell County Litter Officer.
Yes, ma'am. First, I'd like to introduce the new county litter officer. Now, he got comments on him and no one knew who he was. Welcome aboard.
Don't let him resign.
James, if you don't mind, introduce yourself and a little bit about who you are and what we're doing.
Madam Chair, Board, my name is James Brooks. I'm a native of Russell County. I grew up in the big town of Daint, and then later on moved to Castlewood. I'm a U.S. Army veteran. I spent 20 years as a Virginia State Game Warden, just retired last year. And one of the reasons why I'm taking this job is to help take care of my mother. So, pray for her. My vision, I guess, for the job is to help people clean up what they need to clean up. I'm a conservationist at heart with my job. I have a degree in criminal justice, an associate degree in wildlife law and management, and I've been married for 30 years today, and I'm here with you. I'm here with you instead of my wife on my 30th anniversary.
Oh, we all in trouble.
Yeah, but I took her out this past weekend, so we celebrated. So far, I have had probably 20 calls of homes that are in violation of code, and one business, the business was unfounded. It cleaned up before it got there. I'm currently working with several residents to assist or find them ways to help clean up by getting them transportation or finding neighbors that can help them. So the way I see it, it's a community effort. You want to beautify your neighborhood because of what can come in because of that. If you have a trashy neighborhood or a trashy county, then businesses don't want to come in, tourists don't want to come in. So that's the way I can help the county in doing the job. I'm open to help or advice. This is something new for me. I did do some litter work with as a game warden in the counties I worked. Russell County was in my district. I did a lot of work here. I did a lot of work with cameras, and I'm still waiting to get those. We're working on it. I'm working on getting my uniforms, and I'm in a borrowed vehicle as we speak, but that is being handled, and my computer is coming. So when all that gets here, I'll be set up and ready to do better or be more equipped to do my job better. Do you have any questions for me?
I guess the only question, thanks for coming aboard, helping the county. Yeah, welcome aboard. We will be much in prayer for your mother.
Thank you.
I just wanted to, when I was on the Waste Management Authority, I know we talked about surveillance and cameras. I know you just mentioned cameras. I was addressed by a gentleman that lives here in the town of Lebanon when I first came in the door that said you need to put up cameras. You need to try to catch these people in the act.
Right.
And so I'm glad you mentioned that. And I think any assistance that, I'm sure Tim and, well, Carl's not here. I can't speak for Carl, but Tim and them knows that the Waste Management Authority, the 3-county operation, have been great to work, along the lines. And I know Missy and her group is wonderful, right, and what they do and what they're able to contribute to the county. So I think you got a good team.
Good. Anybody else?
I can say I've done got good reports on you doing your job.
Well,
Thursday of last week, I believe or not.
If you know anything about me at all, you know I'll do my job. That's something I don't shy away from. So I was a deputy here in the county back in 92, 93, 94. Worked under Trig Fields. And at the time, bless Trig's heart, but Trig was tighter than a banjo string. And when it come to raises, Trigg just didn't want to give you a raise, so I had to kind of bounce around to up my pay. My dream job was always a game warden. I lived my dream, and I've fulfilled, a lot of things a lot of people didn't do. So, but I'll do my job, and I'll help people do it, and I'll try to do it in the right way, respectful way. And if I have no other option, then I'll go to a summons and go to court. But I think we can work things out with that without doing that, and that's what I hope to do.
That is such our intent when we tried to move forward with a new ordinance, and that this has been the intent the whole time of this board, is to make Russell County better and help our citizens to be better. And sometimes it was hard because of the aged, and I know that you're going to recognize that as you go along, because I can see your heart. And thank you so much for this. I appreciate it. Any more comments or questions from the board?
You should go home and try to make up with your wife.
Yeah, we appreciate you.
You can blame all of us.
Okay.
Blame us. We get it.
Thank you.
Thank you, James. Thank you, James. And also, on another note, just to make sure, as James had mentioned, he has extensive experience. One of the things that, like Mr. Christian pointed out, I've had people coming in offering to clean up that I have not had in 3 years. He is on that heart list hard. And the second thing is, and he's not even in uniform, because I got a little concerned with him going out in just civvies, as we call them. And I said, make sure you got this. But the point is, by next week, we hope to have his uniforms in place, and I'll have a point of contact for y'all when y'all have a situation to be able to address it quickly. He really moves on these issues quick. So.
Very good. Next is request.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First on there is, of course, again, we're back to money as the big topic anymore. This is a resolution for the CDBG grant resolution for the Dane Regional Sewer Line Extension. It says, whereas Russell County has been obligated, contingent on certain conditions, a $2.5 million of the Community Development Grant Program for the Dane Sewer Line Extension Project. This is a request by the Cumberland Plateau Planning District. I need a motion to accept the movement forward on this resolution for appropriation of $2.5 million.
So
I'll
moved.
make that motion.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, we got a bunch. Okay, I'll take all of your motions. And
Second.
I need to say thank you, Mr. Eaton. Okay, have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the Dane to St. Paul sewer system? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Motion carries.
Next on the county administrator request is, of course, on the last agenda, we have interviewed for our accounts payable position. Mrs. Karen Davis, she retired. So we have interviewed our potential candidates, and Rebecca Campbell will be replacing Miss Davis. So I need a motion for approval for Rebecca Campbell for the accounts payable position.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Eaton. I need a second.
Second.
Got a second, Mr. Breeding. Any discussion? I'll call for the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay.
Any abstentions? Motion
Thank-
carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next on the county administrator request, as we gain one, we lose one. The building inspector has given notice for resignation effective September the 1st. I mean, retirement. I just said resignation, didn't I? Sorry, apologize. Resignation of September the 1st. This is, of course, this will be advertised and be interviewed for. This is a position that we're going to have to do dual at the time because of all of our projects. We got the courthouse project, we got pure salmon project, we got the regular county issues. So we need to move forward to be able to do a turnover and do a dual. So I need approval to advertise for the Russell County building official position.
Have a motion. Need a second?
I'll second it.
Got a second?
Yeah, I have
Discussion?
one thing,
Yes, sir.
Lonzo.
Yes, sir.
I think in our best interest, where Mickey's done a great job, he's been heavily involved in these projects. If for some way we could work something out with him on a contractual basis until you get this person hired and trained. And also, actually, you need somebody to train him. Would Mickey be that person that would be suitable to try to work with him and introduce him to all these projects we got going?
Absolutely. This is what I'm proposing. If we advertise now in April, we are going to hire in May. That way, he can work side by side till September with him. So,
Will that be 4 months?
yes, 4 months of
Can
side
they
by
do it
side.
in 4 months?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If the amount of candidates that we've got here, that we should not have a problem. If it does, then I'll approach the board for a request.
Yeah, and like an extension to keep him a little bit longer on.
Yes, sir.
To finalize some of the project.
Okay, have a motion
Absolutely.
and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
As you're seeing in the board packet, it's that time of the year we got to do mowing. And as y'all seen in the bids, this is for the Russell County Maintenance Department, which we do all our mowing in-house. We have no contractual contracts. Again, it's in-house work. I need a motion for approval for the mower, purchase of the mower.
I'll make that motion.
Horace, we've got a motion. I need a second.
Second.
Got a second. All in favor?
Aye.
I'm sorry, no discussion there. I apologize, board. I didn't think we needed one apparently.
Next on the county administrator request is a county vehicle surplus. These are the two vehicles that are sitting down here at the end of the parking lot. They can't be renovated or anything, so we're going to surplus them to get them out of the way and get them off our insurance because we're still incurring costs on them. I need a motion to surplus these two vehicles. That was in the packets.
Mr. Eaton gave us a motion. I need a second.
Second.
Mr. Breeding, all in favor? Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Any opposed?
The last thing on the county administrator request is a request from the Honeacre Little League. They are requesting their next year's allotment now, and again, it's up front so they can buy a mower. So they need, just like the other ones do, it will be in advance. There's not additional funding. This is only in advance.
So this is a borrow forward
Yes,
for
sir.
next year's
Yes, ma'am.
allocation.
Yes, ma'am.
And they understand that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Are
I
they,
need a motion.
are they turning in their financials?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
We have a motion from Ms. Dye. I need a second.
I'll second.
Mr. Eaton, any discussion further? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that concludes county administrator reports and requests.
Anything, we haven't gone through our board thing, so I'm going to go down the line and see if we have any concerns from our board members. So I'll begin with you, Mr. Christian. Do you want to say anything tonight? You got any concerns, any needs? What do you need?
I guess not.
Okay. Ms. Dye?
I don't think so.
Mr. Eaton?
Yes, ma'am, I got a couple of things. Are we going to take any action on the Department of Social Services situation this evening? I mean, I know that was discussed, but
I did have a question about that too. Lonzo, did you say we had to have a public hearing on that?
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
It's not
I
a
didn't
public
think we had
hearing.
that.
You
You
got to
don't
give
have to have a-
notice. You got to give notice.
You don't have to have a public hearing, but you have to advertise it because it's
You have
board.
to give
For
notice.
2 weeks.
You have to
Yes.
do it. So the soonest, the soonest you could get it in the Lebanon paper would be next Wednesday. Lonzo would have to get it to them by Monday if that was going to be. Then it would have to be advertised 2 weeks before the board could take any action. So.
well, I want to make a motion that we accept this, pending that it goes back to their board for review and allocation approval and the amount. I'd rather for their board to set the allocation of the amounts for the employee, not us. And is that legal to do that? I mean, for their board to make that appropriation?
I would like to look at the Smith County one. I would want, if this is something that you're going to do, just thinking about how it would affect you, I think you would want it to be very specific and narrowly tailored to this situation and not a general application statute. So I don't, as far as the amount to be given to each employee, I mean, I think that could be determined by them perhaps, but I don't know if you would want to set the overall amount that.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm just looking at their board.
I think their board does need to make the
I
allocation.
think the board does too.
Yeah, they would be the one to do it, but I mean, you would want. I guess probably what you would want to do if you took this up would to limit it to this one time situation due to, I guess say that due to the inability to fill vacant positions, that this funding that's already in place may by this ordinance may be used for a bonus, and then let them take care of the specifics.
Whatever you said there, I'll make it nice.
Before you do, let me chime in. Yeah, yes,
A
Steve.
routine.
My auditors will require from the Department of Social Services Board. They will look at it as a request, and you cannot leave it, again, we go into these open-ended things. They need to be definitive in what their request is to the Board of Supervisors to ensure that y'all are appropriating the right amount of money. You cannot leave it open-ended.
Okay, so Mr. Eaton, you want to retailor your motion to, or you want to leave it?
No, I mean, I just want to make sure I get it right. I want to be able to support the employees in the best possible way.
I guess probably the best thing to do is just to, if you want to make a motion to direct me to draft an ordinance, and I'll look at what Smith County did and work with what Lonzo needs.
I'll do that.
And that way you don't have to put specifics into your motion.
Yeah, that'd be my motion.
Mm-hmm.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for the county attorney.
Before we
to
do,
move forward.
there's two components here. You have the ordinance that must be approved and the request that must come from the local DSS board. Those are two components that the state will look at and also the auditors will look at.
You're going to take care of that, right, legally? I mean, you're going to look at that, all these.
Yes, I mean, and that's what I've been working with Lonzo, because a lot of times questions that seem like a legal question are really an auditor question, and so that's why I wanted him to get information on that side. Right. And it may be, if what Lonzo's saying is right, I mean, I think the DSS board might would have to call a special called meeting to, vote, and then we adopt what they're asking for in our ordinance.
I would think that would be the fairest way to do it.
So, I mean, it's going to be a little bit, that's going to take a little bit of time. It won't get in the paper next week if they have to call a special called meeting, because they don't meet until
when's the deadline that they have to
May 30th.
May 31st.
Do we have enough time to do all that?
May 31st.
Yeah, I mean, especially if that's something that they want to do, is call a special called meeting, because my understanding is they usually meet the fourth Tuesday of the month. So if they want to get, because we would have to advertise it after we receive that for 2 weeks.
Well,
so
could that be part of my motion that I'm requesting them to have a special call meeting in regard to this act?
You can.
I can't do that. I just thought I'd throw it out there.
Well, I mean, again, they're asking you for this. So they don't want to hold a special called meeting. There's not really a whole lot you can do.
I'm not telling them to do it. I'm saying it's a request.
The way I would look at it is, again, this was a request that was made to you all by them. So, I mean, it would be, that you all are directing the county attorney to prepare an ordinance subject to them, subject to the DSS board voting, passing a request for the proposed bonus.
Okay. Well, that's my motion. Did you get all that, Madam Chair?
I did, but I'm not repeating it. So we have a motion. And Mr. Breeding gave us a second after David amended his. So all in favor?
I'm going to abstain because I serve on that board, and I'll wait till my board meets and let them do their thing.
We have an abstention. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
I got one more thing, Madam Chair, if it's okay. We've been here quite a while, I know, and I'll hurry. I want to thank the board. When years ago, we adopted the RACE program. I feel like it's been a great success. And now, as things have moved ahead, the college is in the process of doing a housing project. And I know with the G5 that was adopted by the state, cut it about in half, I guess, or I'm going to guess around half as far as our contribution. Well, I'd like to leave that money in the budget to be able to assist with this Russell County house. I'd like for them to call it the Russell County house. What I would like to do is promote this house for foster kids that age out of foster care from Russell County. One of the true needs that I see that these foster children have is when they age out is education, a job, and housing. One of the things that this board's always talked about is housing and more housing. But I met a young girl, I think Steve was there, that gave kind of like a brief testimony of what she had to go through being in foster families and then trying to find, when she aged out, she was homeless, basically. She had to find a house, and they was able to get her an education, but she struggled to find a place to live. And this money that's already in there, it's not raising anything, it's not doing anything, it's just keeping the appropriated funding that we've got established and keep that up. Let this go toward the Russell County House based on providing housing for Russell County children that age out of foster care, have a place to live, and continue their career and workforce and everything. But I would like to put that in the form of a motion to be able to do that.
David, can I interject? I'm sorry. We need to talk with Patrick, because if they're in foster care, when they get out, they are given this money. They will be provided a place to live. It's paid. And in the state of Virginia, they can have a 4-year education. Foster care does pay for that in the state of Virginia. So,
how much money do they get for housing?
whatever they need, whatever they're,
For how long?
till they finish their degree.
Till the 4-year degree.
Yeah, till they get their degree.
Well, this also would be set aside for kids in Russell County to have a place to live. But I felt urgent about, being able to have a housing, even if it pays. I mean, that would be some substantial funding that would come to the college to help provide maybe additional scholarships or something like that for other kids. I don't know how all that would work, but I do know there's a need for the Russell County House for us to be able to contribute money to this to keep it sustainable. And I think Russell County will take the lead on it. I really do.
Second.
Well, we probably need to have some discussion on that. So, we have our two budget folks here, Mr. Christian and Ms. Dye. And so let me clarify something here. So you want to take what we contribute to the race program, which is we give how much? 75,000 to that?
Just the difference between the state's new program is going to reduce that.
30%.
He's saying just take the difference.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Just taking the difference. The state's going to reduce it, what, 30%?
Yes. But
Well, could we
But
say?
we're only giving a certain
Yeah.
amount. I want that clear.
But-
We're only giving a certain amount to the college.
in my advice as the county administrator, with what I'm seeing in the budget, until the state gets done, this probably needs to be worked out in the budget workshops, because what y'all were going to see was a small sliver of what's coming down that will impact this county. Seriously, this is going to be the hardest budget I've seen in 28 years.
So I realize we have a motion on the floor and a second. David, Mr. Eaton, do you want to rescind that, or are you willing to drive it on?
Well, I mean, I just think it's a true need. We're not raising it. We're just keeping it, there functional to be able to call this the Russell County House and be able to house students. I think it's an investment. I don't think it's a waste of money. I think it's an investment because you're going to get a good return on this investment by being able to help house these kids that can't have a place to live.
And I don't think anybody on this board disagrees with that and disagrees with the idea of doing this. It's just that I think that, well, let's just see if we can vote it up or down, see which way we go with it. Forrest, you want to vote on this?
I don't understand nothing. I thought you were going.
Okay, Rebecca?
I'm going to say no, just for the fact that we have not had the first budget meeting yet. And I know what we have paid into race every year, and we need to wait to see how much the governor's programs are going to help us. And I think the kids deserve it. I went to Southwest. Both my children went to Southwest. But I'm going to say no at this time because we do not know what we're going to have and what's going to face our county to operate our county this next year. I don't want to shortchange our agencies just yet. I mean, we can come back. I'd be happy to come back and address it later. But right now, I'm going to say no.
David?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Jim?
No.
I'm a no.
Don't have
So where does that leave us?
Well, we can come back and address it,
come back.
David, when we have our workshop on our
Yes.
budget. So, you know, if we see we're gonna make it, bring it back up.
Yes, I think that we're all on the same page. It's just we're in a scary situation right now. And I just don't think that we're at the point where we can do this. So we have a tie.
No, you have
No.
no.
What did I do?
3
Okay.
noes,
3
1
noes,
abstained, and 2
Oh, okay.
yeses.
Horace abstained. Okay, sorry about that. All right, moving on. Steve, you said you have nothing? Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
I'm just teasing.
Doing it now.
Jim?
I'm good.
All right, and the chair. I do want to say that I'm quite thankful for a good meeting. I think that it went well. I think that the folks in the seats that are looking back at us did a great job of commenting and showed very much concern. Was acted nice and was reverent and treated everybody accordingly. I think it went well. So I'm very pleased to see how we've all come through this. And please don't bring up another noise ordinance, please. And with that, I will say thank you, and you are adjourned.
Another ordinance out there.